Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but instead he just crashes into the tree. And away he goes. But let me widen out. I don't know how far this will take him. Yeah, he's basically cornered. Wow, look at this. Off the road and onto the freeway. Oh my gosh. So he is on the freeway, going wrong side of the road here on the 91 freeway, going eastbound in the westbound lane. This car is smoking. I pray to God that the vehicles that are coming in his direction see this car coming at them and they're able to stop before we see a collision.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I know, I lost a soundbite yesterday. I will have it back probably today. That's my idea. I see, welcome. Good to have you, everyone. It is a huge day. It's the Bryan Kohberger Plea Change Hearing Day. Is that how to say it? I don't know if I can say it a little more succinctly than that. We expect that Bryan Kohberger today will take up four guilty pleas in exchange for a life without parole sentence. So we will get to that here in just a bit. We turn down the music because, wow, it's thumping. It's thumping this morning. Good morning. Welcome, one and all. It's good to have you here. It is a great day for sure. I just have to say that it was...
Mike. Oh. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. 2 thumbs up. Nailed it. Whew. We made it halfway through the work week. Whew. Need some water after that one. All right, it is hump day. We made it. Sorry for those who are new here. We do that every Wednesday. I apologize in advance. I should have warned you. I forget every time. It sneaks up on me is what happens. It sneaks up on me. I see the live reactions are on. I'm going to go ahead and turn those off so that those people who are watching on TV, not that we don't like live reactions, but the people that are watching on TV, the chat gets covered up by all the hearts and the symbols and stuff. So we'll turn that off for them. Thank you very much. Yes, happy Wednesday. Whew, we made it halfway through the work week. And what a work week we have ahead of us. Let's see here. I need that one. There we go. And 6. Will it be aired today? Yes, it will. Jesse, we're going to be right here with it. We're going to bring it to you live. Has he already played or is it upcoming? It's upcoming. It's coming this afternoon. Now realize Idaho is a couple hours later than those of us who are on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina, so it's going to be 1 o'clock my time, 11 o'clock Mountain Time, which is where Boise, Idaho, the time zone they're in. So we will be watching and waiting, preparing for that as it gets set, and then we'll bring it to you live. What do we expect during that? I can tell you, obviously, we expect him to plead guilty to 4 charges of murder. What do we not know or don't expect? I would say it's pretty likely that we don't hear anything about the crime, aside from the names and the charge and the plea. I don't think we're going to have Bryan Kohberger soliloquy, just giving his version of events, presenting to the court. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know if that's ever going to come. So we're gonna wait and see what happens there with that, though. We know that there are going to be family members in court. Both Bryan Kohberger's family is going to be there. Many of the victims, if not all of the victims' family members, are going to be there. So it's going to be quite an interesting setting for sure. With them all being together again in this setting, and in a very emotional time. We know some family members support the plea, the deal. And some family members are adamantly against giving him a way out to avoid the death penalty. So it's going to be heated there as well. I do ask that that we in chat just respect the family members' decisions, and however, if they decide to support, against, or not even speak about the plea deal, we can't judge them. We can't judge them. They're in a unique situation where we just have to give them some space and respect, and hopefully respect their wishes as well. All right, to Jesse, welcome. Also new from North Carolina. Thank you. Guess who else was new? Well, new today. First in chat today was Tumwater Troy. Tumwater from Thurston County, Washington, a county we visit frequently with some of our court hopping. We may do that today if things come up. We'll check and see. We'll have little bit of time before court kicks off. But colloquy. The colloquy is back and forth with the judge, right? That's when they ask questions and he answers. Is it allocation? Is that the right word for when they tell all? They say, here, this is how it happened. When was the last time we saw that? I guess it was sort of in the, the Rose Petal murder trial. That's the last time we had a defendant on the stand and literally tell all. I'd never seen it before like that, but this was actually during the trial. So he had pled not guilty and then confessed while he was on this. It was the wildest thing. It was wild. If you didn't watch that, you have to go back and watch that day of the Rose Petal murder trial. Allocation. Allocation is the word. It's allocation. It's a word we don't use often because we don't see it very much. I can tell you that. Yeah. All right, a couple of people we need to recognize in chat for their greatness or wonderful achievements. First of all, Regina Crawford, member for 23 months. Regina, thank you very much. Good morning. Finally, green again. Thank you for the gifted membership. That was not Regina. That was the next one. Regina, OG status. Thank you very much. Says one more month to pink. Woohoo! Love this community. Twubble, 17 months. Welcome to the gallery. Good morning. Finally, green again. Thank you for the gifted membership. There we go. We got you there. Somebody gifted you, I think yesterday, Twubble. Scott I, member for 11 months. Howdy, y'all. Best chat on the interwebs right here. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the kind words. Raina gifted 10 memberships. Speaking of gifting memberships, Raina, thank you for your generosity. That Canadian flag waving proudly, showing that you guys are truly great, great people, and we love you all, in spite of the little soundbite we play from Canada with our good friend Ian Runkle, where he says he hates us. He doesn't. He just hates UPS and their policies on shipping stuff to Canada. New Bunk Foss, member for 25 months. Another OG. Happy Hump Day, RA in chat. Thank you very much, New Bunk Foss. Great to have you here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Martha Ivy, member for 18 months. Thanks for covering Kohberger for us. I'm super excited to do that. I'm torn. Obviously, there's parts of me wanted to hear the details, right? And not just for I like to watch NASCAR for the wrecks type thing, but I wanted to hear what happened and get answers to questions. There's so much. There's been a gag order, and there's so many things that are just a big question mark, and so many sealed documents that we just didn't know what was there. That we have all these burning questions inside us, and now it seems like we don't get any answers. Well, we might, and we'll talk about that later on a little bit as well. Put chat on screen. Whew, there we go. I have to go back and do it all over again. From Tumwater Troy on. Take that, Greeners, says Tumwater Troy. First in chat. Giving Greeners the old what for there. Greeners often wins first in chat. He's very prompt. So let's go back. Regina Crawford, thank you very much. 23 months. Twubble, thank you again. The gifted membership took you to 17 months. Thank you, Scott I. At 11 months, one more month, and I think you get you hit the year mark. Is that a new color courthouse? I don't remember. I think it's orange. Yeah, it is orange. Raina gifted the 10 memberships. Raina, thank you for generosity. New Bunk Foss, 25 months and OG status. OGs are anybody over 20 months. Some of you under 20 months. We know you're an OG as well. Martha Ivy, member for 18 months. Thank you very much. Rosie's Overruled, member for 6 months. Just got a new color courthouse, the yellow. Love all my addict family and RA's family. Thank you. Thank you. I love my family and my addict family as well. There we go. Now we're all caught up. We have everything on the screen. And yes, you're noticing that we do, in fact, have your names back on the screen. The handles was a short-lived test, I guess, by YouTube, and it failed miserably. Might be back, might not, but I did get a text message apologizing for the confusion on a direct message through Twitter, and it's fixed. So they didn't explain anything beyond that. They're just like, sorry for the mistake. Like, well, whose mistake was it? Did I do something wrong? Did you do something wrong? Is it going to happen again? I don't know. Ivan says, I was looking forward to the year 2058 when I was reading my morning paper to see BK was handled by the Idaho Department of Corrections Firing Squad. Yeah, 2058. That's about right. Unfortunately, oftentimes when somebody is sentenced to death, as let's see, Idaho, just the most recent one would be Chad Daybell, added to the death penalty list. It does take
taking it easy.
a long time to get around to actually carrying that out, and that's because the number of the appeals, some of them are automatic appeals, and some of them are their choice to file, but it's the process takes forever. All right, we need lurker courthouses. Oh, that's a great idea. That's sort of why we have the point system. Colleen says my points don't work. I wonder if it's your name with the parentheses in it. I don't know. We'll try to look into that. I don't have time right this minute, but do try to remind me, and I'll see if I can take care of that. Audrey Henry from Idaho, appreciate all your unbiased coverage of our state. Love Idaho, Audrey. I've spent many a vacation there, from Island Park up to the Salmon River area. I'll be there. I'll be there this month. Actually, I'm going to be in Idaho this month. I'm going to be up on the Idaho side of Bear Lake. It's a beautiful blue, like Caribbean blue lake on the border of Utah and Idaho. I'll be on the Idaho side there. For a wonderful family vacation. So, but it's like it's my siblings, not my wife and my kids. My wife and kids, actually everybody except for me is going to be here. Even my son, who's moved away, is coming back here, and I'm going to be gone. So it's just the way the plane tickets were purchased, and then decisions were made after the fact, and that's where it is. I was born in Salmon, Idaho. Great fishing, great. Oh my goodness, Hannah, have you ever rafted? You must have rafted the Salmon River
in front of the Walmart.
The Salmon River is the first river I ever went down on a raft, and it was wild. It's got some, I don't know what class, 3, 4, 5 rapids. Oh, somebody's calling, and I don't hear who it is. Hang on. I've got a call just to see if I can get this. Hello, this is RA. Who's on the phone?
It's Melissa P.
Hey, Melissa P. How are you doing?
Good. Just calling in really quick. I would jump into chat, but I'm getting ready to run for a doctor's appointment. But I had to say something about the Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah.
And that is, I was serious for the family because I watched all of the interviews and I was like, wow, maybe they shouldn't take a plea deal. And then this morning I watched something where they were talking about the prosecution had to weigh. Yay, the cup. I just saw you hold it up.
Yes, thank you for that.
Sorry. I had to mute the TV so I can only see you right now. But I heard the prosecution how one of the reasons that they said they did this was because they realized the possibility of what the future threat could be and that they had to weigh it against what the families wanted versus the danger to the public in the future. And I have to say, after watching that, I got to admit, now I'm kind of glad they gave him the plea because we don't know what juries are going to do.
So they were concerned that a jury might go with something less than life without parole. He would get returned to the streets at some time. And then, so they didn't trust the jury. The prosecutors didn't.
That's what it sounded like. They did not trust that a jury would put him away.
That just seemed, it strikes me as odd that a prosecutor who literally their job revolves around the judicial system basically says, we're doing our job, but we don't trust the others to do theirs. That's bizarre.
And we're supposed to trust the jury.
What if we don't trust the prosecutor? I mean, I don't know.
Right? Well, I just wanted to say that and tell you that I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night, and I hope you still like me after then. But in my defense, like I said yesterday, I did warn Thomas in advance, and he admitted, I really got to start reading messages all the way to the bottom.
Yep. You warned Thomas, and Thomas signed the paper for me, and now I have to eat 22 of these crazy jelly beans that might taste terrible. With a little bit of luck,
remember,
I'll get 22
I
great
love
ones.
You.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. I'll try to remember that. Thanks for the call. Good luck on the appointment.
All right. Thanks. See you later.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. That is Melissa P. Her other half is Matt. We know both of them. She sent me the Daytona Beach Red Solo Cup, as well as the beans that I have to eat on the podcast tomorrow night. Sandy Norris, good morning for Virginia. Good to have you here. Let's look in chat really quickly and see. Let's see. We've got Deb from Tennessee. People checking in from around the United States and beyond. Verity says, I think I'm still in shock that this plea is happening. I just realized we have to do the birthdays here. We haven't done the birthdays yet, so I have to sing at some point.
Maddie.
Ooh. Maddie, are you there? This is R.A.
I am. R.A., how's it going?
I am doing fabulous. How about yourself?
Well, we've talked. You know how I've been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll leave that up to that. You get to answer that how you want, but it's good to hear your voice.
A year ago I wasn't awake this time a year ago, so let's call it a win.
Yeah, and by awake we're talking long term. So
yeah.
Maddie shared some stuff personally, and we'll keep it personal unless he wants to share it. But you dealt with some stuff. You've dealt with some stuff.
It's fine. Yeah, no. October 2023, I went into a 58-day coma. Yeah. Basically, I had an infection that shut down my entire internal organ system, and I spent 58 days in a coma and woke up and spent the next year till October of last year recovering. Now I'm back at home. I'm starting to walk again and taking care of myself. Yeah. And it was because of this community that, I kept the strength to do it. My mother actually, in my hospital room, put the channel on and just played it, turned on auto continue and just played the entire. So even when I wasn't conscious, I was still listening.
Maddie, that is awesome. I'm touched that she did that, and that meant so much to you, and that means so much to me. I appreciate that. We are super excited for the progress you're making. I know you texted me and said I just took my first few steps, which is awesome. But
yeah, so I wanted to go back to yesterday's case. I actually want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Just a little.
There are rules. Let me give a background really quickly for a couple
Raul.
people. I know a lot of people are here for Bryan Kohberger. We are going there as soon as it starts. It's going to be this afternoon. We'll talk about that more. Raul Valle is a similar case. Younger defendant, 4 stabbing victims, 1 died, 3 lived, and he's claiming self-defense. So go ahead, Maddie. What do you have on that one?
I actually have a parallel to it that you might remember. Do you remember the popcorn movie theater shooting in Florida I think it was 2020 with the old guy where he had the cell phone thrown at him, or the guy punched at him and he took the gun and shot him in the movie theater?
Vaguely. We didn't follow that, obviously. That was before my time.
Yeah, well, basically what happened is it was a little short veteran, older gentleman got into a beef with the guy sitting in front of him in front of a movie at the movie theater, almost completely empty theater. And they got into each other's face, and he thought he had thrown popcorn at him or hit at him. And the old guy took his gun and shot him, killed him instantly, and walked on a self-defense claim. I kind of see similar patterns to Raul Valle's claim, because if you look at the self-defense statute, it's fear of great bodily harm or injury.
Right.
And I would say 10, 11 people versus 1 could technically claim that. And yes, to get the stabby motion, you have to, thrust forward. But if you're on the ground, like I said yesterday, I've been jumped by 10, 11 people before.
Ooh.
And
Maddie,
if you
live a dangerous life. I've only been jumped by 2. So.
But you know the feeling.
I do.
Like
the feeling, it's terrifying.
Exactly. And when you're flailing around just trying to protect yourself, it doesn't surprise me he stabbed a few people. I mean,
yeah.
So I just thought it was kind of interesting that they only put him on as a defense, but if you look at the story that the prosecution told as opposed to his, all the prosecution witnesses don't kind of line up. Their stories kind of
it has some holes, and you can. We know that basically the weakest evidence out there is eyewitness accounts. Everyone sees things differently and wrong, and perspective comes into play, and they misunderstand some of the things they see. And so you can give them some grace on that front, but with all of them all forgetting anything their friends did that was bad and only remembering what Earl Valle did, wow, it seems fishy.
I mean, reasonable doubt should set in right there if you think about it, because if you put all the stories together and they're even slightly diverged, there's deniable doubt, reasonable doubt right there. If that story doesn't line up straight, then you have reasonable doubt and he walks.
Maddie, I hear you, and depending on how this jury, I mean, it might come down to their life experience and how they see this. I mean, if somebody's been in a fight before that they didn't start, they might see this case completely differently than somebody who's just like, hey, he brought a knife to a fist fight. So
exactly.
It's going to be interesting. We'll get a peek into the minds of the jury here. And of course, that trial is not happening today. They're taking a break today. We'll be back tomorrow with closing arguments on that one. We're already at the end of the case, and deliberations going to begin. So, Maddie, can't wait to...
Kohberger, and Kohberger doesn't surprise me. I mean, when Judge Hippler shut the door on all of their outs, this was, in my opinion, the only way to keep their client alive.
This is interesting because I'm looking at this decision now. I'm sort of applying it to what happened in the past, and we hear Ann Taylor, his lawyer, saying, "There's so much. I don't have time to do any of this. There's so much evidence to go through, and so many experts we have to talk to, and everything." And she's saying we need more time. And the judge said, I happen to know you've been taking on some other high-profile cases at the same time.
Well,
you've been adding to your work.
For what if 3.5 years?
What if she knew that this whole thing was a bluff, that they were going to try, but if they didn't win at this point, they're going to plea. That's why she's lining up extra workload. But yeah, great stuff.
I think that's. All right, thanks, Ari.
Maddie, thank you very much. Great to hear your voice. Thank you for sharing the story with us, and good luck on the recovery.
Hey, love you, brother.
Thank you very much. Love you, man. Bye. All right, love talking to Maddie. That is awesome. Great to hear his story and success of recovery. All right, it was totally a bluff. I respect that. I agree. We have to pause for just a minute. We have to pause. There are some people who need to be recognized, particularly with music. This is something we do every morning. So if you're new here, bear with us. Better yet, join with us. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing happy birthday to Dobby O2, Alan, the Chair Bowl lady, and Lindsay Ross. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, to Alan, the Chair Bowl lady, and Lindsay Ross. Happy birthday to you. Holly Mack, Alan is my husband. Happy birthday, Holly Mack's husband, Alan. W02, Alan, the Chair Bowl lady, and Lindsay Ross. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. It is your birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that joy back to you and make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Whew, there we go. Happy birthday to everybody. We have dancers doing the high kick. If you practice, please join the kick line. It's looking good. A little bit of twerking is going on as well. I know they added that. Add Jaden to the list. We'll sing a verse just for Jaden. How about that? This next one's for Jaden. Join with me, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jaden. Happy birthday to you. And Eileen, happy birthday to you. Last one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eileen. Happy birthday to you. We have to be done because the song is coming to an end. So happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Free pancakes for all of y'all. If any of those establishments won't take care of your pancake order today, hit me up. We'll make sure we got you covered. Thanks for including Alan. Thanks for having a birthday. The drums you just heard mean that there's a drum solo coming up at the end. This is also a time to participate. Grab your air drum stick, sit down to your air drum set, and let's finish this off in style. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Thank you, you guys. Thanks for your patience as we go back to talking about trial. Woo! All right, there we go. Also mine for tomorrow. Just kidding, we can do mine tomorrow. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you not adding on right at the last minute. Yes, Denisha, you did miss the hump day yell. Some people say good luck, a good thing or good riddance, but you'll have to rewind just a little bit. It happened earlier, and it was a good one. I mean, I wouldn't say... I don't know, maybe top 10. I might go top 10 with it, maybe top 15. All right. Wow. Where are we at with this case? First of all, we have a couple things. We will not be talking all Kohberger all morning, as we have a few hours to go before that starts. It's only 10:18 here. It's going to be 1 o'clock our time. Thank you, Judge Fleischer, for weighing in there. Appreciate that. We are going to do some other stuff. We've got a case. We've got some of Judge Middleton, who was one of our favorite judges. A little tiny town, a little judge. Well, he's a big judge, but it's a small courtroom where this judge knows everybody in town, and it's a regular day on his docket. But he always runs his YouTube channel and talks to us a little bit, and talks to the community, talks to the bailiff and everything else. It's fun. So we're going to watch him for about an hour this morning. Pam, I've got Amber found the FBI sound for me. I just haven't imported it yet. That's all. He's a big fish in a small pond. He is. All right. Let's see. So coming up, we will talk about Bryan Kohberger. We're going to talk about the whole trial. I've got this. I don't know what I'm going to do with my fake K-bar once this is over. I don't know any other crimes that we following that the K-bar knife is needed for. So maybe we'll have to figure a way to give it away or something. Mrs. R.A. is a big fan of me getting rid of things. So I might have a Lexus taillight, and a K-bar knife to get rid of here soon. We'll see. Let's see. Josh, check your mod chat. I will. Let's see. A lot of talk. All right. I know we have not followed the Sean Coombs, the Diddy trial. Did he do it? Did he not? Apparently he did. He did a lot of stuff. We haven't followed it because our community is one that includes a lot of families and a lot of younger viewers. That's a case that's just not friendly for our community. So we just ask that we keep the conversation about that specifics out of chat. Makes it a little more friendly, and that would be good if that's all right. So there are plenty of other cases. I do think. I mean, I'm going to definitely read up on it and see what happened, the verdicts. But I'm not going to read deep into the articles. I just want to see the overall thing once it's all said and done with the verdict read and done. So, all right. Let's see. All right. If you're putting things in chat, I know the mods are just deleting it just so it doesn't start conversation. Please don't be offended if we delete your message. We're not going to be talking about Diddy today beyond what I just said. Just say we're not talking about it. So sorry if I caused any confusion. All right, back to the trial at hand today. Bryan Kohberger. How long has it been? Has it been 2 years? Is it 2 years and 4 months? Was it 2 years and 7 months? I'm trying to remember exactly how long ago the crime was committed. But as far as time frame between the crime committed and trial starting, this is like sort of the shortest you'd expect for a big murder trial. Oftentimes, smaller trials go a lot faster, but a big murder trial, especially we've got death penalty issues at play, 3 years. That's like short in that time frame. So this was sort of rushed through. I know there was a time where he didn't want to waive his speedy trial. Let's see. Heard something that made me think the Menendez brothers also received a life sentence, but over the years the laws changed and now they could be set free. So is life really life? I guess that's sort of the concern we heard. Was it Melissa that shared or Maddie? I think it was Melissa that shared this, that the prosecutors have come out and said that was our concern about future threat to the community. And you're like, what threat? You know, the life without parole. What is there without parole that you do not understand? And you could be right. When laws change, they can be applied retroactively. Say, for instance, there was a time when certain drug crimes, even marijuana-related drug crimes, were given very harsh penalties. And you could have somebody who was serving basically the same amount of time for possession of a bag full of marijuana as, hey, little RA, how you doing? As, thank you, as somebody who committed murder and got a light sentence. And there was this overlap. As laws change, we see people's sentences commuted. We see people, the retroactively go back and fix something that would maybe have been wrong in that way. Down the road, it's just possible that the laws could change. We think we are actually more about rehabilitating offenders than just punishing them. So even the worst of offenders might have some value to society if we can rehabilitate them and they show that they've made steps to change, and then we can let them out again. It could happen down the road. It's hard to envision right now that people would be like, free Bryan Kohberger after he's admitted to these heinous crimes, but it could happen. And I'm sure there are some people that would argue that today. Okay, I've sound on other videos, but not here. Is you Reverend Beasley? You might have to refresh. Sometimes YouTube just doesn't load the sound, but of course you're not hearing this, so hopefully you got it figured out. All right. Sound seems low today. I can boost it a tiny bit if you'd like. Let me check 1, 2. Is that a little better? That's a little hot. I like it. I will keep it like this. Okay, the only BK I want is Burger King. Did I miss it? No, Marcia, you did not. It's actually this afternoon. We've got plenty of time. We're going to, I think we're going to take a quick break to watch some court while I get some of the logistics of bringing you the live stream for Bryan Kohberger squared away. So we have right now from yesterday, let's see, it's going to be right here. This is Judge Middleton, Judge Jeffrey Middleton, who is one of my favorite judges. You've got Judge Dad, you've got Judge Simpson, you've got Judge Stephanie Boyd down in San Antonio, Texas. Let's see, you've got Judge Middleton. We've got a couple that we really, really like, and I like him because he's such a part of the community. This is not some judge who drives in from the big city to issue fines and lock people up. He grew up here, and he knows everybody. And that's going to come up at one point during this. So we're going to go ahead and play this from yesterday while we get set up.
Good morning, sir. You Riley Paul Wisk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wisk, you got charged in file 251194 with operating while intoxicated and defective equipment. How old are you, sir?
24, Your Honor.
Are you Rob's son?
Sean's son. I'm Rob's grandson, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh, that made me feel old. You're Sean?
Yes, sir.
You're Rob's son?
Yes.
Your grandfather, Walter P. Wisk. My dad worked for him in Continental Can, and he was a baseball coach when I was a kid. Wow. Well, Let's just say that makes me feel really old since I knew your grandfather, and your great aunt. But let's talk about your ticket.
Let's talk about your ticket.
2:30 a.m. on June 21st. I can't tell any more about it. Operating while intoxicated. We had 8 of them yesterday. It's a common offense. We'll probably have 180 or so this year. It's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. It carries 6 points on your driving record and requires your license be suspended. What do you do, Mr. Whisk?
Plead not guilty.
Okay, I was going to recommend that, but what's your occupation?
I work in warehousing up for Stryker in Portage.
Oh, that sounds like a real good job. How long have you been there?
Almost 3 months.
Yes, Mr. Whisk, I'm going to recommend that you plead not guilty, and I'm going to appoint a lawyer to help you with this. Is that agreeable with you?
Yep.
This just happened June 21st. So did you take a breath test or did they take your blood?
I took a breathalyzer, Your Honor.
All right. I don't even know what the result is. Yesterday, they were all over the map. They had 1 high blood alcohol level.
2.5 hours.
Like a 0.19. And they had 4 more with blood alcohol over 0.17 that they just charged as OUIL on formal complaints. So I couldn't tell whether there's a pattern to it or what. Anyway, sir, I'm going to appoint an attorney. Set an attorney pretrial for August 1st. Yesterday I said April 1st. We'll go that far around the calendar. August 1st at 8:30. What shift do you work?
First shift, Your Honor.
So you're missing work right now?
Yeah, I scheduled with my manager. I'm gonna make it up today from 10 to 6. So
that's a good plan.
Yep.
All right. What I want you to do now is go out to the counter, and the clerks are going to give you your notice, and they're going to give you your lawyer's name and number.
Okay.
You should call that lawyer, make an appointment to discuss this with them.
Okay.
What was the defective equipment?
I'm pretty sure it was the license plate lights.
All right. That's called a fix-it ticket.
Okay.
And if you fix it, they'll dismiss it, and that was $105. So you can also hire a lawyer of your own choosing, but I want to make sure you've got one. So you go out to the counter. The clerks will give you the information. Our next hearing will be Friday morning, August 1st. There'll be a lot of people here that day. It's one of our busiest days of the month, but we'll see what we can do. Your lawyer will get a copy of the police report and the lab reports and be in a position to discuss it with the prosecutors. So I'll see you on August 1st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
George King.
It's funny. I knew your great grandfather, your great aunt.
Good morning, sir. You're George William King.
Yes, sir.
You're from Lewisburg, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Did you come back here or are you staying up here?
I'm in between moving here and not. I was staying with my girlfriend. I'm actually moving to Shipshewana with my mom. She's a little older now. And she needs a little help.
All right. You're one of our people charged with no insurance. And I understand you got it, and you also had defective equipment that you got fixed. Who's your insurance carrier?
Progressive.
They seem to be a popular one.
Your Honor, because of the licensing charge as well, he's going to ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty today. Give him a couple weeks, and we can come back and address that.
Or he's also charged with
we're in Michigan.
No license. Do you have a
this is in Michigan.
Tennessee issue with your license?
No. Oh yeah. But it was in 2005, and that's well over with. I just hadn't went to get them because I didn't need them there. I had a good network of friends, and I lived right next door to my boss, so I didn't have to. I didn't need to drive, and now I do. And so
So do you plan to get an Indiana license?
Yes. Yeah. That's why I was trying to say.
Well, the bailiffs indicated that you did not drive here today. You had a driver.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have him go ahead and do the prints. But what we're going to do is adjourn this to see what you can do with your Indiana license, and your the prosecutor may give you some consideration.
I have to. I checked on it already. I have to get some mail, so I got to go put in my change of address.
All right, maybe I'll adjourn it 60 days to give some time. So today is July 1st somehow. Oh, I hate to even say this. I'm going to adjourn this to September 4th. Holy smokes.
Sorry, that late in the year. Wow.
At 8:30. Defendant has insurance and plans to get Indiana license.
He has some funny cases here coming up.
I took the tint off my windows.
What's that?
I took the tint off my windows also.
Oh, it was window tint?
Yeah, that's why I got pulled over. I didn't realize it was,
Sturgis is big on window tint.
There you go. Just
I didn't know it was
FYI.
illegal. I do know now.
Someone who used to work here at the courthouse, they're not here anymore. They had tinted windows. And he would park right over there. And the thing was, he bought it used from another state.
I did too.
I said, do you think those are legal? They said, probably not.
He's outing somebody in his court. Corey Hill, member for
The only
18
place
months.
in the world around here you get pulled over that is Sturgis. They're big on window tint.
That's your
So this will
warning,
be a
guys.
Thursday,
Either ride a motorcycle or don't have a tint.
September 4th. Early September is beautiful here, but it means fall is coming.
It's crazy, though.
Proof of insurance.
Caffeine Queen, good morning to you. Happy 8 months.
License.
They're big on making
All
money
right,
off
sir.
tints.
I'll see you in 2 months. See
Sure.
what you can accomplish in the meantime. Had some folks here from Boston yesterday with the Boston accent. I would say you got the Tennessee accent. It's good for us to hear our different dialects around the country.
Love this judge.
Yeah, you have to get fingerprinted on this because it's punishable by up to a year in jail. So it may be resolved as a civil infraction, but right now the law requires you get printed.
Okay.
There's also a specific Lima, Ohio accent that most people can't discern.
But the judge can.
Maurice Kelly.
Maurice. Paging Maurice. Oh, there you are.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Of all the things to get a ticket for. You didn't let enough sun into your car. It's a strange one.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Trying to sort this all out. You got pulled over on May 24th.
Yes.
And they charged you not with carrying a concealed weapon, which they often do, but they charged you with this misdemeanor offense called transportation of a pistol without a license. That's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. It requires the weapon be forfeited. They also charge you with reckless use of a firearm.
Ooh.
Allege that you did recklessly or heedlessly or wantonly carry, use, handle, or discharge a firearm, a revolver, without due caution and circumspection for the rights, safety, or property of others.
He shot from the car?
That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500, and it could suspend your hunting privileges for 3 years. Did you get some traffic tickets on the same day?
Yes, there was a warrant.
Because there's
And
also
then,
registration, plate violation, and no.
They had my insurance had lapsed, but I had taken care of all of that part already.
All right, well, that's set for something.
Laura, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Sharkey. When do we get the oh gross command? I need to find it again. I lost it. I'm sorry. He does have a great voice. Corey Hill, smoking a brisket for 30 hours this weekend. Just I don't need to know when it's cooking. I just need to know when I need to be there so we can eat it. Corey, thank you. It sounds delicious. Some people call him Maurice. Because he speaks on the pompatus of love. Is that the right word? The pompatus? You guys know that song. Who sings that? Is that the Steve Miller Band?
I was at home when all this happened in my house. An intruder came to my house.
Don't say more about it.
Oh, do talk.
But one of the problems is when you shoot a pistol into the air, the bullet comes down.
He did shoot.
All right, my advice, Mr. Kelly, you've really not been in much trouble, is I get a lawyer to help you with this. Maybe we can also deal with these traffic matters as well. Is that agreeable with you?
Yes.
All right.
Pompatus.
You still live on 8th Street?
Yes.
Green-eyed cat, 11 months.
Not guilty.
On the jury. Thank you very much. What a great year so far. Love to Recovery Addict, Jen, Mods, and chat. Y'all are the funnest. Thank you. New courthouse next month.
Pre-trial for 8/1/25 at 8:30. I'm gonna also set your traffic cases.
I haven't talked to Larry in a while, but I did see he interviewed the civil attorney for Karen Reed. I haven't watched it yet. I saw his tweet though.
Got long numbers.
I want the story. I want to hear what happens. First, kick the prosecutor out of the room and then tell us the story. KR and AJ have sold the rights to the movie, worth millions. We've seen it before. We've seen lawyers work for free.
You have insurance and
secure the
proper
movie
plate
rights
now?
Yes.
Very good.
Genjo, he said, "Get off my lawn," with emphasis. There's going to be a hearing in this that you don't want to miss with Judge Middleton, with the gentleman who's in custody.
All right, let's set all of this for August 1st. The traffic tickets that got as a part of this in this gun business. And see if we can come to some resolution of everything. So what I'd like you to do now is go out to the counter with a court officer, and he will take you to the clerks, and they'll give you the paperwork with your attorney's name and number on it. So the traffic stuff, you were supposed to do something by July 18th, but I've set them for a pretrial. So we'll deal with everything on Friday morning, August 1st at 8:30. Do you have any questions?
So I'm supposed to go where now?
Just go with the court officer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can go too. All right, thank you. Josh, it's 8:30 and we're actually done by 8:30. Of course, we have a bunch of people that didn't show up. A bunch of no insurance folks.
Uh-oh.
Ryan Bungart, file 251140. This is a fail to appear on the first time. He's going to get an order to show cause.
No bench warrant? Some judges just throw bench warrants out there like candy.
Yesterday, we had 8 drunk driving cases.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I think some had been authorized and got sent for that day, and then some just landed on that day. Today, we have a bunch of no insurances, which seems to be the crime of the season. Kelly Collier, she's a local girl. She has failed to appear on a driving suspended. Kelly, you need to get in here, but this is also a first miss in order to show cause. File number is 251150.
Alyssa, this court's out of Michigan. Up there by Judge Simpson, not terribly far away, I think. Tag is here.
Me OGs. $178.
Member for 30 months. One of our OGs. Roses are red, violets blue. I hang out for 30 months with all of you. Tag, we love it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for checking in. Congratulations. Okay, hang on. Hello? Hello?
Hi, this is Derek Miller. I'm with the U.S. Funeral Expenses. How are you doing today?
You're doing well.
I got the reports from the golfers yesterday.
Okay,
Apparently.
I'm with the U.S. Funeral Expenses, and based on our records, it shows that you may qualify for a state-regulated final expense insurance plan that's going to cover 100% of your funeral, burial, and cremation expense. Are you between the ages of 50 and 80 years old?
I'm sorry, my funeral? Do you know something I don't?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What? When is it going to be?
Do you currently have any existing life insurance?
I thought I did.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm too young to die.
How old are you?
I'm young at heart. Does that count?
Okay. How old are you?
I have to do the math. Can you help me with the math? Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yes. How old are you?
You sound very robotic. Can you say how old are you instead of how old are you?
What is your date of birth?
What? No, I said, can you say how old are you instead of how old are you? Can you change your inflection? Because you emphasize the old.
Or chew tobacco?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Do you make your own decision, or do you have a power of attorney?
I have a very powerful attorney.
Awesome. You qualify just fine. Hold on just a second. Let me get one of our insurance specialists on the phone, okay?
Sounds like I don't have a choice.
Thank you so much for holding on. This is Mark. How are you doing today?
Good, until I found out they're planning my funeral.
Yes. Well, your call got transferred to me, so I will be more than happy to assist you further.
Yes.
As you already know, this call is about your whole life insurance policy, and this will cover your funeral, burial, and cremation as well.
I just want to know when.
Young. How old are you?
I feel very young. I mean, I've had some health problems, but I feel young.
Okay, how old are you?
Can you not emphasize the old part? Seriously, it hurts my heart every time you say that. Just say, what's your age or something.
Okay. Goodbye.
I have to say, that is one of the better the AI bots that I've ever interacted with on a scam call before. The giveaway is the inflection never changes on the questions, but the response time was very quick, and then obviously the giveaway was when they just skipped to the next question and ignored everything. But the AI bot was pretty good. They're coming along quite a ways. Okay, so let's jump back to where we were in court. I'm sorry we cut away from that. Let's continue where we left off.
Everybody got caught in the rain. Were you out there in the rain?
I was not.
Oh, Josh, were you there?
Yeah, but it only rained for a few minutes.
Oh, it rained real hard for a bit. Debbie said it wasn't the rain that bothered her so much, it was the lightning, so probably was a good time to get off the course.
Yeah, ruined golf.
Mr. Stickley has ascended to president-elect of the Bar Association.
What happens when I don't show up?
Yep, that's what you get when you don't come.
You don't show up, you get
Brianne
voted
McRoberts.
as president.
So we've got a lot going on here. She has a she's set for a pre-exam on July 8th on some firearm charges.
More firearm charges. What's with you Michiganders and your guns, huh? I'm just kidding.
And she's also set for today on some pre-exam. We'll set that one aside.
Kohberger is at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Mountain Time.
Yale Soto, no insurance. First failure to appear. Gee whiz.
Do a bench warrant, Judge. They've got to respect the court. They've got to show up. Checks out, right? Guns and no insurance.
In the old days, we would simply issue a bench warrant.
That's what I'm talking
and
about.
It would sit there. Aquarius Woods has operating without a license and no insurance. Also, he failed to appear at the date on his ticket. I don't know what's up with this. People don't take things seriously.
Well, you're sort of giving them a pass without issuing a bench warrant. Today is going to be a big day in Bryan Kohberger. We're going to bring you there. We've got everything set up to cover that live. We will be nonstop from now till then.
From Kalamazoo, don't have a phone number. Try order to show cause first. Sometimes it works. They come in at the show cause, which is better than a warrant. But most times it doesn't. So that finishes our misdemeanor docket. We don't have a huge pre-exam docket. Do you know anything about the cases, Josh?
No.
Rhonda's here. She did have a motion later
so
for
much.
that person to be able to go out of state. I didn't know if that would be controversial or not. We also have Luke on at least one of these.
I've got another scam call. Sorry, I've got another one.
Oh, yeah.
Hold, please. Hello.
Hi, my name's Mike. I'm calling from the fulfillment center here of Your Choice Getaways. I'm calling in regards to a vacation package here that was issued out to you, and it's my job to remove it from expiration and replace it with our 2025 VIP package.
Okay. It was mailed to me?
I'm sorry?
You said it was mailed to me?
No. I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But you have a package here on file, and there hasn't been any activity on it, and it's my job to take it out of expiration and give you the opportunity to utilize our 2025 VIP package.
I didn't know I had a package. I didn't get any notification. I would have used it if I had it.
Well, that's the thing. So you either probably did a tour, walkthrough presentation, the little seminar thing. Sometimes
I do all those.
You the little,
I go to every single one. I go for the free food, honestly, because usually it's like hot dogs or something in the back. It's like free lunch.
They are pretty nice. Sometimes they buy you little drinks, and stuff like that. Yeah. They now the thing is sometimes they just because a lot of people they do try to sell you the timeshare or whatever, and they get a little hectic. people just hurry up and leave out, and you forget at the end there's goodies at the end that they have for you.
Yeah,
So
it's like a
with
little
that being
grab
said,
bag. One time they gave me it was like a little squishy. It was like a state, like the United States of America. You could squeeze, and it made a little it was like a dog toy. But I loved that thing, and I'd use it. It'd be like, what state do I want to travel to?
like
next?
a little stress ball.
Yeah, it's like when you're
That's
stressed, you go on vacation.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Well, I mean, we are giving you some airline tickets as a gift here as well. If you want to check out the details, I can go over it with you.
Okay. What airport does it leave from?
Well, we fly you any major airline out of any major airport.
Okay. Do you cover like Uber to the airport? Because I had an incident with a DUI. It was actually after one of these little things I went to. They had an open bar, and I stayed too long. And anyway, so I don't have a license. I can't get to the airport. Can you cover the Uber for that?
Well, we can't cover the Uber for that. Not for the. That's one thing we can't cover is the transportation to and from the resorts.
Bummer. What other options do you have?
What do you mean?
If I can't get to the airport, is there some other vacations I could do, like something locally or bike vacation
there
or
are,
something?
but I mean, you still have to drive there or get there. I mean, they got Las Vegas, Branson, Lake Havasu, Arizona.
Could you do like a staycation package where I just I stay where I'm at, but also get the vacation experience?
Or no?
Nothing there. Man, how much did I pay for this?
Well, that's the thing. You didn't have to. You could have paid something like we fulfill for two sides. So we fulfill for those who, like most of our customers, they do buy a vacation package. Most of them did around COVID. They never had the opportunity to utilize it. And we're obligated to replace everything and give them the opportunity to still travel because COVID got in the way and was shut down. And then we also fulfill for those, like I said before, people who do the presentation, the seminars, and the timeshare that, we're contracted with.
Okay.
And
could I drop one of the tickets off and have you cover the Uber instead?
Well, no, it doesn't work out.
And this sucks. I'd hate to miss out on a vacation just because I can't get to the airport.
Yeah, I apologize.
Would you? Are you available? Can you drive? I could tip you. All right. Just for the record, I don't drink, but I didn't know where else to go with that story. Sorry. Back to court we go. I don't know why they're all calling today, but I'll take it. He didn't want to drive me. I'm a good tipper. I'm a good tipper. I really am. Here we go.
Some time, Your Honor. There might have been a poly or bench warrant if you want to take care of it. I don't know what your time frame is.
Which one, Wadley?
I just saw it. I just saw one. I'm sorry. I didn't
Well, let's see if Shane has anything for us.
This judge is liable to call your mom if you don't show up in court.
Oh. John Franklin Wadley failed to appear for probation violation arraignment. As long as we're all here. Good morning, Sergeant Rice. Judge Middleton calling. We thought we'd get right at it this morning. I've got a polycom I need on John Franklin Wadley. Could I see him? All right, thanks.
Get me John.
Bye.
Get me John.
Yeah, that'll work out fine.
Wake John up. Drag him into the cell with the camera. Let's
Let me see if they put him in my queue.
The jail's usually pretty.
Walking in the parking lot this morning, the lawn was all mowed and everything looks great out here. And I thought this would be a good day to not be at work. But here we are. Here's Luke Nossinger.
Morning, Judge.
Good
It's
morning.
not too late, Judge. You can just walk out.
Just say, Judge, you wear the robe. You tell us we're done. We're done.
We try to keep one judge in the building. When there were all four of us here, we always tried to make sure there was at least one judge here. On some rare occasions, like the judge conference or something, we would all be gone. But now that Kevin's in the other building, we do try to keep somebody
Anybody else feel like a severe sinus infection coming?
If I just, you're right. I guess I could. I'm the chief judge pro tem, so the chief judge is gone. But I probably better stay.
He can order
They pay
vacation
me
day.
for.
This is every day with Judge Middleton. If he's just a riot.
Luke, what have you got for us?
Yeah, Judge, do you want a rundown?
Yeah, we're waiting. We're going to do a polycom, and then we can take up your cases.
Okay.
Danielle McNeese.
No contact, Judge, and she has yet to appear.
All right, talk about her in a minute. Aaron Smith.
Judge, he is here. He's here with his guardian in the hallway. I'm gonna have him sign a 7-day waiver. We can get some more information here.
All right. Casey Willis.
She executed a waiver, Judge, for referral to adult drug treatment court.
Matt Wilson.
He's here, Judge. He's prepared to enter a misdemeanor plea.
All right. 227 D1.
Stacy, most of them do not.
First of all, I'd like you to remove your hat, if you would.
Hats off. That's a rule in court.
All right, we'll be with you in just a moment. All right, Luke, looks like you're in good shape.
Brian McRoberts is here, Judge, and there's
Oh, yes, I had set her aside. She's got some traffic matters. She's also got another PEC set for next week, July 8th.
Oh.
It says your counsel on it.
Is it the
dangerous weapon?
Oh, it's the 23513.
Yes.
Okay, we were hoping to have that wrapped into everything.
That'd be fine with me. So, all right, we'll come back to that one.
Thank you, Samantha.
Let's take care of this guy at the jail here.
We're 2 hours away from the Bryan Kohberger trial plea hearing. Not the trial. The trial won't be happening. We are set up. Thank you, Samantha. We've got the link to the court established. And I think that was the first one.
Done by 9:30 this morning.
Done by 9? Then we can get out on the lawn and admire the grass. I think the jail's trying to connect. Let him in, Judge. Samantha, that was most helpful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been watching for that. Here we
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Are you John Wadley?
Oh, yes, sir.
This is Judge Middleton. We've met, but I needed to talk to you this morning. Mr. Keith Stickley, the Chief Public Defender, is here, and also Mr. Josh Robert, the Chief Assistant Prosecuting Attorney, is here as well. You got arrested last night for failing to appear for a probation violation arraignment. Where did you get arrested?
Oh, my mom's.
At your house.
In Michigan Avenue?
Yes, sir.
They came specifically to get you?
He pulled up. I was working on my wife's car, and I pulled out, and then I turned around right by him. He was parked on the side of the road. I turned around right there and pulled back in. And I showed him the oil where it was leaking, and I was trying to fix the car. I was going to appear. I tried to get a hold of Miss Davis about my kids. I just found out I had 2 kids, and one's racist, and the other one is mixed. And I got caught in between the 2 of them.
All right. Well, Mr. Bush was your lawyer on this, and your probation officer was
I just found out I had 2 kids.
So let's talk about this. You've been off the radar. You've had a rough couple of years. If we go way back.
Sorry, I didn't even know I had.
Resisting and obstructing and domestic assault.
2020.
Assault with a dangerous weapon, 3 counts, and resisting, obstructing. And then this count started. Hold it. Started as assault with intent to do great bodily harm, domestic violence, second offense, 3 counts. You entered a plea to domestic violence, second. 2 counts, and I put you on probation. I gave you 62 days and deferred 60 back to last May.
So you served 2 days. And
then you went off the grid.
Time served.
So I did a bench warrant for you last October. I haven't seen you since. Let me talk about the actual petition.
So 9 months ago, had a bench warrant. I just found out.
I'd like to ask you a bunch of questions, but your lawyer isn't here.
We'd like you to ask.
You were struggling with methamphetamine. You were connected to CMH, and then we just lost track of you. The allegation is that you failed to abstain from the use of drugs and alcohol, and then failed to appear for your probation violation in October. I have 60 days of jail hanging over your head, which is likely to be imposed with your issues. I don't know where you've been. You've been just hanging around waiting to get arrested, I guess. But at least the good news is you won't have to look over your shoulder for a warrant anymore. I'm going to show a plea of not guilty.
That's the good news. The warrant's taken care of because we have you in custody.
I'm going to appoint an attorney. Set a PV hearing.
That attorney's going to have some conversation with him, I'm sure.
You have a history of assaultive behavior, and you didn't show up, and you just been under the radar.
And that rage baiting, they set me up for that domestic. That was wrong. I got a detective on this that's working on this from the FBI. I'm serious. I'm not playing with this no more.
What?
I didn't even know I had kids. These guys are really wrong doing this to me.
Well, you did this to yourself. You just quit showing up. You quit going to your treatment. You quit reporting to your probation officer, and you just got arrested. So, like I said, we're going to resolve this. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm still doing my treatment. I didn't know I had kids, Your Honor. I know that's no excuse. I should have still came in. I had no clue.
Didn't know you had kids.
Yeah, I got kids. I had no clue I had. They got into a fight. I tried to break it up. I got one kid that's racist, and I got one kid that's mixed. I didn't even know I had.
Oh, no.
All right, well, that's no reason to not show up for 8 months. So we'll get it back on track. Your bond's canceled. You're going to sit there until we resolve this. Mr. Bush or another attorney will be represented to you. I'll let Autumn know you got picked up. It sounds like you're having either some mental health issues or a meth crash or both.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got my toes rotten. My toes rotting. I need to get my toe looked at. I got to get to a hospital. The woman said it looked like gangrene. You can see the bone. It's bad.
All right. We'll have the jail nurse take a look at that. We'll get at this sooner rather than later because I'm going to be leaving on vacation, and I don't want to make you wait for several weeks. So it'll probably be sometime next week. All right, sir.
Wow. There's a lot to unpack in that one. I feel bad that he's got the injury on the toe. That needs to be taken care of. medical stuff in jail is not the best place to get medical treatment, but hopefully
Well, Keith, thank you. That's something we won't have to do this afternoon. He doesn't look like he's doing real well.
Could you give us the name of the FBI agent he's speaking to? Might be him.
Yeah. I think his name was Reggie King. I think Reggie's still with the FBI, I believe.
Reggie King? Who's Reggie King? Why are they laughing about him?
He's been consulting with him.
Yeah. All right.
All right, thank you. Now, we had some other people come in. I don't know if any of these were for misdemeanors. Which case are you folks here on?
Us, we're
Yeah.
here, Aaron Smith, PEC.
All right, very good.
More Brown, the Raoul Valet trial is on hold till tomorrow. There's no trial for him today. Today we're going to Bryan Kohberger's hearing, which is coming up here soon. Actually, it's coming up in just under 2 hours.
7-day waiver.
How soon is it?
Danielle McNeese.
We're gonna bring you that. We're watching right now for that to happen. So when that starts, we'll bring it to you. But Bryan Kohberger is expected to plead guilty to the 4 charges of murder today.
All right. Rada had just 2. Do you have any insight on those, Josh?
I think Craig Cisco was a plea. I haven't heard anything about Mark Brooks.
Okay. Then she had a 10:30 motion on Carpenter about leaving the state for a 4th of July trip, which frankly I didn't have too much trouble with it, but we'll see. I can do that sooner than 10:30 if everybody's here. I do like to do those jail arraignments in the morning if the paperwork is ready and Mr. Stickley is here. It's just one less thing we need to try to fit in later in the day. Have any knowledge about the prelims for this afternoon? Don Slater and Burgess Talbert. Both of those are John Bush.
Yeah.
No insight on those?
We're just going forward.
All right. Now we'll be here if needed. Let's see what I've got next week. Autumn John Wadley is in jail now, and he doesn't seem to be doing real well. Good morning, Ms. Ives.
Good morning, Your Honor. Do you need an update on my cases?
Sure, we're ready if you are. Josh is here, I'm here.
The update on Mr. Mark Brooks is that he's going to be waiving his exam. There was an offer made of an OWI third with no HAB. I just have to give him the waiver form to sign. And Mr. Cisco, he is going to plead to two counts of attempted RNO. Can they be no contest?
Sure.
Okay. No contest.
You have that motion at 10:30 on Carpenter. Josh, do you have any position on that? They wish to leave the state for the 4th of July holiday. I didn't have any objection to it, but Rhonda went the extra step to actually set up for a hearing. So maybe we can address that too while she's here.
Ms. Davis wanted me to motion it because since it was not for a work-related purpose, she felt that it needed to go before the court, so that's what we did.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Cisco, would you come forward, please?
He's in jail, Your Honor.
Oh. Then let's do Luke. Luke, let's do your 7-day waiver first.
We filled out the written.
Very good, thank you.
Thinking I just sort of assumed the court would move it to next Tuesday morning.
Yes, that works for everybody. Good morning, sir. Are you Aaron Anthony Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, you're here with your lawyer, Mr. Luke Knopfinger. You got charged with some serious charges. It's alleged that on April 1st of this year, you made an assault upon Josh Wired with a dangerous weapon, a BB gun, and on Garrett Buglione with a BB gun. Those are both police officers with Sturgis Police Department. And Adam Kreitz, which is also a police officer. More than a few times, someone's been shot by brandishing a BB gun to an armed police officer. It's a very dangerous circumstance. And they charge you with malicious destruction of a car that belonged to Austin Mitchell. Those are all felonies. The first 3 are felonies, and the last one's a misdemeanor, punishable by less than $200. You do have a right to have the hearing within 14 days of your arraignment. But you've agreed to adjourn this for 7 days and have the matter rescheduled for next Tuesday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
What's the reason?
Some more fact finding here, Judge.
You indicated his guardian is here, also here?
Yes, Judge. She's in the gallery.
That's you? Thank you for being here. How long has he had a guardian?
Several years, probably since he turned 18.
How old are you now, sir?
32.
Take a look at your bond conditions. It is a condition of your bond that you have no weapons, including BB guns or rifles, no assaultive or threatening behavior, must remain with the guardian at 506 South Jefferson Street, must comply with current order from probate court, and you're signed with pretrial supervision. This bond was set by Judge Pattison with some care. So your bond conditions are continued. Are you still connected with services at Pivotal?
Yes, Judge. He's on the ACT team.
All right.
But I did not shoot the deputy.
This is gonna switch this, I think, to Judge Pattison's calendar, but he does seem to have knowledge of it. So I'm gonna set pre-exam for next Tuesday, which would be July 8th. Well, that might be my day anyway. I'm not sure. At 8:30. A preliminary examination if needed for July 15th at 1. Bond conditions remain in effect. All right, Mr. Smith, stay in contact with your lawyer and your guardian. Comply with all the terms of your bond.
Don't shoot people with a BB gun.
Either me or Judge Patterson will see you next Tuesday morning. You're good to go, sir.
It's crazy that somebody can shoot at a police officer and they're like, yeah, come back in a couple of weeks to court. Whoa, 3 police officers?
Danielle McNeese is charged with possession of methamphetamine. Oh, she is here. Very good.
Your Honor, does Mr. Nussinger have a huge view?
This is the last one.
Oh, okay, because I know I want to get upstairs too at 9, so.
Judge is looking at her.
What have you got up there?
I've got a whole series of status conferences that
Oh, and
got
let's
reset.
finish your stuff here first. We'll get you out of here by 9:20, depending on how long Luke talks. Depending on how long I talk. Good morning. Are you Danielle McNeese?
Yes,
You never contacted your lawyer while you're on bond?
I did not.
Why
And
not?
I'm getting a phone today. I didn't have my phone got burnt in a fire.
Burnt in a fire?
What are we gonna do with this one, Luke?
Judge, we were able to connect this morning and she's prepared to enter a misdemeanor plea.
To use of a controlled substance?
Yes, Judge.
Is that correct, Mr. Robert?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think she might need to be tested.
Well, Ms. McNeese, let's talk about this a little bit. You're charged with possession of methamphetamine, which is unfortunately a very common offense. It's punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $15,000. You're charged as a second or subsequent offense, which makes it a 20-year, $30,000 type offense. I don't think anybody ever got 20 years for this, but that is the maximum. Prosecutors agreed to dismiss the felony charges for a plea to a misdemeanor of use of methamphetamine. Use of methamphetamine is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to a year in jail and a fine of up to $1,000. You're not eligible for 7411 probation, but I could put you on probation. I don't know too much about this, so my intention, if you do enter a plea of guilty to this, is to set it for sentencing to get more information before I do the sentence. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Other than this plea agreement here, did anyone promise you anything to get you to plead to this?
No.
Or threaten you?
No.
You understand that if you do plead to this charge, you'll be giving up your right to have a trial in front of a judge or jury. There will be no trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
If you had a trial, you'd have the right to be represented by an attorney. Mr. Knopfsinger has been appointed, and you did come today, which complies with the terms of your bond. You could also hire an attorney of your own choosing if you wish. If you had a trial, you'd have a right to have any of the witnesses for or against you subpoenaed to come to court so they could be questioned under oath. You would have the right to take the witness stand and testify on your own behalf, but you don't have to because you have a right not to testify. And if you did not wish to testify, the judge or jury could not hold your silence against you. And you also signed the waiver of rights. All right, let's talk about this. It says, while they were conducting a traffic stop way back a year ago, July of 2024, they stopped you and they found a baggie of something which they tested and came back as methamphetamine. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Sent to the lab. And they didn't authorize this till December. So this happened in mid-July. They sent it to the lab. Takes a while for that to happen. And then when did you get arrested? I can tell here. Well, you got arrested on July 15th. They let you out. And then you got rearrested June 19th. How'd they pick you up in June?
There was a fire, a tent fire, and they came down there.
A tent fire?
And I was down there yet.
Where was that?
Was that with the phone?
Over by Charles Street in Kalamazoo. I went down there to visit one of my friends and my daughter, and somebody's tent caught on fire.
And then they ran everybody and found this warrant for your arrest?
I told them as soon as they.
I said, well, you were here, pick me up. I have a warrant. Brett Bottoms, thanks for gifting a membership. Claire, congratulations.
Your phone got burned up in that fire?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole anywhere else?
No.
Not Kalamazoo or anywhere?
No.
Are you on bond anywhere?
No, only here.
Yeah, sadly, I think there might still be issues with the sobriety.
I show up Edward Street address. Is that correct, or are you sort of between, are you homeless right now?
Yeah.
Homeless? Or they say unhoused? But you got here.
Props to her. That's a big thing.
If I gave you a test today, what would be in it?
No.
Nothing? No marijuana, no methamphetamine, no opioids?
No.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you one at some point. Autumn, can you come up and help me? I'm not going to sentence you today, but I want to know what I'm dealing with. My suspicion is you're still struggling with methamphetamine. And if you are, you might as well just tell me. I'm not going to lock you up, but I am going to, at least not today. So you'd be negative for methamphetamine today?
I haven't used in almost 3 weeks to a month.
3 weeks to a month.
All right.
I'm trying to get into a rehab center right there in Kalamazoo.
Have you heard of Bear River?
No, I haven't.
It's up north, Boynton City. I'm going to give you a test right now, but I'm going to set this for sentencing a little bit. If you could get into a residential treatment center, that would be good. Have you done treatment before?
No, I have not.
When you got your earlier conviction, they didn't order any treatment or anything?
No.
Judge not happy with that. Need treatment. Just serving time doesn't fix.
Monday, August 11th at 10:30. Does that work for you?
Yes, Judge.
Would you take Autumn and her back? We're going to just do a urine test right now and see what's in there. Sentence. August 11 to
It's done on site. It's like the room next door.
I'm going to give her a notice. Oh, she is clean today. That'll be a good start. Rhonda, I apologize. Luke took too long, so this is...
She showed up in court. She's homeless. Those are big things.
You always underestimate how long things are going to take.
A lot of times it's difficult for someone who's homeless to show up in court. And she says she's looking for treatment. So,
Luke, I'll need Josh, I'd like the police report. Look at her CCH. Treatment info. Autumn used to work at the Day Reporting Center some time ago. She's actually certified to do the tests. It's very helpful. Monday.
Got a bailiff certified to do drug tests. Makes for quick responses. A lot of times the court has to send somebody away to another facility to do a drug test. Sometimes they don't come back from the facility. My volume is low. I apologize. I've been quiet.
Rhonda, do you have anybody that's here live to address?
Mr. Brooks is in the courtroom. He signed his waiver.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, would you come forward?
Mr. Brooks. What do we have here?
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Rhonda, I did discuss sobriety court. I don't know whether it's an option here or not, but it could even be explored if it's a felony case. We've got several felon referrals to sobriety court, so that's just something for everybody to consider. It is not excluded, even if he is a felony. Some of our most successful people recently have been convicted of a felony charge. But Mr. Brooks, I just want to remind you of your bond conditions.
Cindy Lou, I am so sorry you lost your sister. That is, cancer is a monster.
No drugs and no alcohol. That's a common condition. No firearms, no assaultive behavior. You're not under pretrial supervision. You're not testing anywhere, which is not ideal. Are you still living on M60?
No, I live at the motel area.
Okay. All right. Are you working someplace?
Yes, I work for Close.
I think you told me. All right, so you got a good job, but alcohol has been on your tail for a while. Are you doing any meetings or anything?
I'm working on trying to do something like this.
Don't be working on it. Do it. All right, your matter is bound over to circuit court. It'll be under the supervision of Judge Stutzman. Continue to comply with the terms of your bond. My recommendation would be you get into some treatment. One option is a long jail sentence for Judge Stutzman. Another option is whether treatment or sobriety court would be an option. So if you're just going to sit around and not do anything, you might as well just put you in jail. So if you want to impress him, start doing something now before you get there for your case.
It's always good to impress the judge who's about to sentence you.
You're good to go, sir.
Yep, I'll let you know when your registering date is. I'll call my office so you can get bring up on driving and we'll put everything else on track for you. Okay, just go get it on driving.
All right, we have a waiver in Casey Willis.
What's that?
How'd we do, Autumn?
We're positive from that.
Well, that was my guess. Miss McNeese, would you come back up?
Drug test was positive for meth. I think the judge has got a good eye for that.
I'm gonna set your sentence for August 11th at 10:30. I'll give you this because you might not have mail. You're still struggling with methamphetamine and you're not being honest with me or yourself. So you're positive today. I'm going to test you again when I see you on August 11th. You're talking about getting into some residential treatment. I want you to follow up on that and we'll hear more about it on August 11th. One option is to give you some treatment by starting with a jail sentence of 30 to 60 to 90 days to help get your system detoxed. So I want to know what you're going to do between now and August 11th. But all right.
It's the gray stone.
All right. Well, you stay in contact with your lawyer. Do you have a phone now?
I'm getting a phone today. I'm actually picking it up when I leave here.
All right. Well, make sure he's got your number. All right. You're good to go. Thank you, Autumn.
Thank you.
CB Clark, good to have you back. I am still in the same house, sadly. Still falling apart.
All right. Now we're just to in custody people we're going to deal with, Rhonda.
Yes, I only have one, sir. Mr. Craig Cisco.
All right, Mr. Cisco, would you come forward, please? Oh, he's in custody. Which case are you guys here on?
You and me. Brian Roberts. My brother.
Oh, yeah, we got to finish her. She got a lot going on, but we'll do Mr. Cisco.
Judge calls the jail. The jail's a small jail.
Hello, Sergeant Rice. It's me again. Could I see Craig Cisco, please?
I'm sorry.
Thanks. Bye. He's a man of few words. Yep. Nope. I'm talking to Earl Stark.
It's me again.
Phone. Yep. Nope.
Well, and he's gonna do no contest, Your Honor. Do you need a copy of the report?
Let me see what I've got in here. I do have some factual basis from information from officer. Who signed this?
I've remodeled, well, I'm finishing the second of the 2 bathrooms we're remodeling. So we've had 1 bathroom in this house with 7 or 8 occupants for well over a year.
I can't tell.
But we have a fully functioning Airbnb across the lot from us.
Foreman was the lead
Rented.
officer, so.
Okay.
Has a nice bathroom out there.
Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
Sorry. Stop. I jumped to the wrong one. I think that's where we stopped recording. So that's where I stopped recording Middleton from yesterday. Let me give you an update of where we are. As far as Bryan Kohberger goes, we are 1 hour, actually we're 88 minutes away. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger so you don't get all that junk on the screen. We are 88 minutes away from going live out of Ada County, Boise. Today, as many of you know, and the title of the video suggests, Bryan Kohberger has had a hearing scheduled. It was scheduled on the 30th, probably right after they sealed some documents about other witnesses and things like that. Then they scheduled this hearing, and the hearing is a plea change hearing. He's going to be changing his plea. We expect him to change his plea from not guilty to guilty in 4 counts of murder. So that's big. That's huge. That means that the Bryan Kohberger trial is not going forward, that he'll be accepting responsibility, admitting guilt. And in return for that, the state is taking the death penalty off the table. Instead, he will be sentenced to life without parole. That's massive. And it leaves a whole bunch of questions out there. So I can promise you we're not done talking about the Bryan Kohberger case even today, even after he is sentenced, which might happen in 30, 60, 90 days, depending on, well, if it's life without parole, it might happen today. Because that's the agreement. It could all happen right today. Just thinking that one through. We expect at some point, probably after the sentencing, at the conclusion of the hearing, the judge to unseal, first of all, lift the gag order in the case and unseal a lot of the records in this case, or ask for the lawyers to give a list of what things they think should still remain sealed going forward. But sentencing is late July. My only question is, if it's a plea deal and the judge accepts the plea deal and accepts the sentence of life without parole, there's no... It's not a range. Why would they delay that? That's why I was thinking it could happen today. Will there be victim impact statements or no? I don't know. We do know that family members are going to be there. Both Bryan Kohberger's family is going to be there, as well as victim family members. I think we're confirmed on 3 of the victims' families are going to be there. One of the families supports the plea deal. 2 of them do not, and they're actively fighting against it and asking the judge not to accept it. Plea hearings are often boring and to the point. I just don't want people getting their hopes up. What we're not going to get today is Bryan Kohberger standing up and reciting exactly what he did, how he planned it, how he carried it out, why he did it, where the weapon is. We're not going to hear that today. Legally, BK is required to tell the elements of the crime. did commit the crime in the Dayton, Idaho. As far as the elements, each of the charges, the jurisdiction, that he did the crime, led to the deaths. He, without justification, means there was not self-defense. Everything else. So Samantha, thank you for that. It's going to be pretty quick, I think. We are going to go to Idaho for that one as well. I haven't focused on the families. I know each of, I think 3 of them have released statements, and beyond that, all of them have said, please just give us space and leave us alone. We're not going to be talking to the media. And because of that, I haven't been focusing on that because that just draws more attention to it. Kaylee's family is upset. Ethan's family is not. Thank you, Amber, for that clarification. Chances are there will be no explanation or allocation. What are the rules in Idaho when it comes to interviews, jailhouse interviews? Is that a possibility? I mean, we just saw that Nate Eaton I think this was in Arizona, did the interview with Lori Vallow. Is that a possibility, or was that done in Idaho? Michelle's Mixed Media Madness says Idaho lawyers, at least Thompson, was just not prepared for this kind of trial. They're taking the easy way out. Saved a lot of money. We'll put in the family pain for the lawyers and pain for the jury. It does save money, and honestly, the prosecutor's the one that make the decision. One of the factors they weigh when making a decision about plea deals is victim preference. Right? If the victims are saying, we don't want them charged at all, that could weigh on something. It doesn't make the decision. The victims do not get to choose. It is not their decision to make. It's the prosecutor's decision. But one of the other factors is the cost. And it seems terrible that, it'll be too expensive to seek justice in this one, so we're not going to. That's terrible. But let's see. The newest Dateline on the Bryan Kohberger case is very good and thorough. And, Amber, I believe it's the one that has caused the judge to order an investigation into who leaked sealed information to Dateline. And I believe that investigation will continue, and somebody might face some penalties for sharing things they were not supposed to. Let's see. John, thanks for sharing. I understand your background there. Trauma, mental health, and addictions are in my wheelhouse, and just feel compelled to respond when I see posts. Meant to help. Hope it didn't offend you. Appreciate it. We're a pretty resilient bunch here, and understand that we all have different experiences. And thanks for sharing. Appreciate you sharing from your perspective and experience. Maddie, Ethan's parents supported the pleas. Very difficult to hear that some families are upset. She did the interview so he would bring her peanut M&Ms. As a reporter, sometimes you just have to sweeten the deal until someone will talk on tape. If it takes peanut M&Ms, so be it. The families have no say in the judge's decision about the plea deal. Rona, I agree they have no say, even though they're asking people to contact the judge. It's not going to change anything. Let's see. Let's go with this right over there. There we go. We'll keep an eye on the courthouse. Now just 81 minutes away from trial. We've got an hour and 20 minutes or so. Not trial, but the hearing. Hope that all beneficiary monies goes to the survivors and then charitable foundations for other victims. There used to be, this is changing. I need to do some research on this, and it varies from state to state. But I think they're called Son of Sam laws that address the financial benefit that can come from committing a crime. And by benefit, I'm talking about after the fact, selling the story, movie rights, book deals, interviews, the financial benefit that the defendant or the can get. Here's Amber to explain things for me. Amber, hello. How are you doing?
Hello. I figured now was the best time to call in because you're talking about the Son of Sam laws.
Yes.
I actually looked into this. Denise and I kind of looked into this, I want to say over the weekend or last week. Idaho doesn't have a Son of Sam law, but they have a slayer statute. The difference is it focuses on a defendant cannot profit off of a victim's inheritance that they would be entitled to. So it has to do with victim's estate.
It's like
and
the insurance
inheritance,
money.
Right. And property, estate, and things like that. So from what I
that would only
understand,
apply to a very select group of
correct. Now, if you look at Daybell, Lori Vallow, in that case, she could have very well been a beneficiary on certain policies. She could have been, had that been the case, and she were actually left as beneficiary on things, and it wasn't changed to K. The Slayer statute would apply to her in that regard. So she wouldn't be able to profit off of the inheritance from Charles Vallow if that had never been changed. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What Son of Sam, the way I'm talking about it specifically is dealing with the book rights, the interviews, the movie deals that come afterwards, that directly from the perpetrator, the money they would earn, they would get from these actions. The Son of Sam laws are designed to focus on restitution to the victims, and there are some constitutional challenges there have been to these laws, and they've been amended and reworked. But basically, I think the general idea is they can't get all of the money, and the vast majority has to go to a victim but they still get to keep some of it.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's different states that have it broken down in different ways to where it has a clause in there, like a percentage is they can only make a certain percentage of their total earnings, and certain percentages have to go to X, Y, and Z for victims or charities or whatever is designated. But Denise and I ended up digging into this last week because of Lori Vallow's interview with Nate Eaton. She said she's writing a book.
I'm on the pre-order list. How about you?
Has arrived. No, thank you.
A new weather alert, right? Sorry.
I didn't realize that there was a Chad Daybell book thing until this case, and I really dug into it about a year and a half ago.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm so sorry that you have that on your reading list. It is lay bad bookage. It's.
Please, nobody go look at that.
Brandy did a great job
and the
covering
portals
that.
are not worth it. Yeah, Brandy is great if you want to dig into that. So no, I'm not on that list. No thanks. I'll wait for you to read it and you can tell me.
Oh, thanks. Throw me under the bus. Go ahead and I'll put a hold on my local library on the first copy that comes in. Okay.
It's not like you've got commands or anything to create. I mean,
I'm a
just
busy
saying.
guy. I've got a bathroom to build. Yeah.
Wait, when was the commencement? Like, when did this begin?
I don't want to say.
January of last year.
Well, you have to realize I've been saying we're fixing the bathroom. There are 2 bathrooms that have been fixed. First one, then the other. So it was just like a continuous process all the way through. So it sounds like I've been talking about it for a long time, but one of them I completed, and now I started another one.
Well, but the OGs that were here for that announcement, that was not really an announcement. You just kind of slid that piece of info in there of, yeah, we completed the upstairs bathroom and started a new one.
Don't go find that date. I don't want to know how long it's taken you to get to this point.
Already knew where I was going. I was going to go grab their receipt. Because I really
Do you like
think
your
that,
wrench, Amber? Yeah, I am the world's slowest builder. I can tell you that.
Lindsay Ross agrees with me. Red Pen. Can you grab Red Pen's comment, please?
Yeah.
Please.
Thanks
Please.
for that. Fix the website.
What?
Fix the commands. Fix the playlist. Right. Yes. Okay. I
just need you to fix the playlist. I can do it. I don't have permission to. Anyway, I'm just trying to make it like easier. Anyhow, so the Son of Sam law in Idaho, it doesn't apply to defendants making a profit off of book rights and such. The only thing that they have that would apply would be that Slayer statute. So unless the law is changed in Idaho, Lori Vallow can profit off of the murders of her kids.
I think they can profit in Idaho. It's not, but it prioritizes victim compensation over perpetrator profit. Oh, that's a lot of alliteration. So the vast majority goes to and that's why it's so important that when a sentence is entered, that there is a list of all the compensation that's needed. They have to list all the harm and what's ordered and who has to pay, all the money that, you think, yeah, you're going away for life and you owe like all these hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're never going to pay that. Most people won't. But some situations, some cases, a book deal from BK might bring in enough money to pay off that victim compensation. Most victims don't see much of any of that.
Right. And I can see where it could come into play for that, but something just doesn't sit right with me with people profiting off of their crimes and nothing being stipulated as far as those earnings go. It makes me ill. I had one other serious thing I wanted to talk about, and then I'm going to hop off of here so I can go get some other stuff done. For those that are new, I know we have a lot of new members, and we welcome you all. Please understand we are a Recovery Addict channel, and we are here to support you in any phase or stage of your journey in sobriety of whatever your addiction may or may not be. We laugh and make fun of certain things because it's easier to process, but we're in no means projecting that onto you in any way, shape, or form. So please understand, we do take it very seriously. Please reach out to me, any of the mod team, Scott, anybody on this team can get you some reputable resources that are reliable. We do take it very seriously, and we do have a very good family here of support. So please know you're not alone, and if you need help.
We love to celebrate sobriety, whether it's your first day or your 100th day or beyond.
Where is Todd? Has anybody seen Todd? I've lost track of my days, but I think we're almost at 200.
I'll have to look for him. I have not seen him recently.
I haven't either, but I'm going to go find him. Case in point.
All right.
We celebrate milestones with y'all, and we're here to help you pull through that. So please don't think our laughing and making fun of certain situations is us dismissing something that you may be struggling with. It's not at all in that meant to be taken that way.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Amber. Appreciate that. Amber's one of our great mods. We have many wonderful mods. Amber just happens to be the one that has the time and ability to call in and straighten me out when I get off base. So thank you very much. I appreciate that, Amber. Yeah, and I'll make a playlist. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. MJ Spidey says, shout out to my son who's 6 months sober. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, that's awesome. That was a terrible whoop, but that's the best I can do. Michelle has a great question. Can the judge deny his pleading guilty? Yes, the judge can. But will the judge deny his pleading guilty? I don't think he will. I don't think he will. And the reason why is this is not a sweetheart deal that just, beyond the realms of expectation, super light slap on the wrist response to a serious crime. This is life without parole. Basically, the second highest penalty you can get for the crimes that he's being charged with, they're going with. This is something that other inmates or other perpetrators get day in and day out when they're charged with murder. Sometimes through a trial, sometimes through pleading guilty. I just don't see a way for him to proceed and say, no, I refuse to accept your plea deal that both sides have agreed to, you pleading guilty as charged in return for life without parole because I want to see you at least face the possibility of the death penalty. It's just not going to happen. I can't see that. The judge, it would be improper of him to say, actually, one of the victims' families would really like to see you swing. So we're gonna go through this trial anyway. That would be improper. So yeah, I don't think he might speak to it, but I think he's going to allow it through. Let's see, Hippie Mimi, I'm among friends. I see you sure are. Love the flower. Looks beautiful. Love this. My journey start 2/6/12. Jen, that's awesome. That's wonderful. So yeah, the judge can deny Bryan's plea deal. We've seen this a couple times. The place I've seen it most is with Judge Stephanie Boyd, where she's refused to accept a plea deal, and generally we see it when the defendant is super arrogant and rude and dismissive. And just blatantly shows, and usually it's a smaller case as well. We're not talking life without parole. It's something that serve 30 days, then 6 months probation or something. It's a smaller case. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to accept that because I don't think that this is in the best interest for the state. I don't see that you are actually changing and things like that. That's where we see a judge dismissing a plea deal. In this case, life without parole, guilty as charged. It's going to go through. It's going to be rubber stamped practically. It's more, I would say, it's not likely at all, but it's more likely that Bryan Kohberger changes his mind about the plea deal today than the judge turns it down. And I don't think Bryan's changing his mind. All right. See, I've been waiting for Catherine Ramsland to speak out. She could not until now, as she's on a witness list. Did anyone watch her last night with Bryan Enton? She's the college professor, right? I think she was his college professor, and she wondered. First of all, she is going to study Bryan a little bit, but she wondered if somehow she inspired him. I think if we're talking about the same person. Well, interesting, a chilling idea to think that a college class might have inspired someone to become a murderer. Recovering from vacations, does that count? Yes, it counts. You get to take at least as long as you took vacation to recover. That should be a law. This is going to be a chill day, in my opinion. Just buy the book and real quick. Jury sentencing will be the long day. And then that's probably when we're also going to get the victim statements. I don't know what just popped up, but something good. Bloop. By the way, I know this is completely unrelated, but I thought I'd share. You guys know, first of all, I love technology, right? And a lot of my equipment I use is Blackmagic Design. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 7. I think 7 Blackmagic Design products just on this desk. Another one up there. Love their products. They just came out with a camera app where you can load the Blackmagic Design camera on your phone, and I can configure it through my replay machine. So anything I film on my phone, immediately pops up on my replay machine, and through the cloud. It's there. Got that working last night. I was chuffed. I was so happy because I'm going to be up in Virginia filming some of it on my phone, and my wife's going to be back here in the studio editing the video. And now the clips as I filmed them are just going to show up, and she can edit it because we have 3 days to make a video, and so I guess technically the event stops, and 6 hours later we have to show the finished video. It's going to be tight. I did not see Dr. G talking about BK in his body language. What was the location? What was that? Oh, a weather alert. Sorry. Luna Bell, member for 17 months. Changed my name from Lynn Godwin to Luna Bell. I don't post, but I always listen every day. Love this channel. I've learned a lot. Hi to Mrs. R.A. Luna Bell. Thank you. Good to have you here. Congratulations on 17 months. Hope you have 3,000 buttons soon. I'm getting there. Seems weird to be for both sides to take the deal now. What do you think? Jerry, we talked about this a little bit, and this is a great question. This morning we were waiting. Let me go here so you can see we're waiting for the courthouse to start the feed. We were talking about this, and there was a time in one of the hearings when the defense was asking for an extension. They were saying we need more time, and Ann Taylor gets up and she goes through a list of how many gigabytes or terabytes of videos they have, and how many reams of paper, how many sheets of paper, and it's ridiculous. It's like she's listing the total contents of a good sized library. Okay, she's like, we've got 350 videos and 10,000 reams of paper and all these experts and everything. It's tons, right? It's tons and tons of data. She says, I don't have time to go through it. I can't. We need more time to provide an adequate defense, to look at this, to look for evidence that we want to bring out that might be exculpating instead of exculpatory. And so she's making this argument with the judge, and the judge is like, hold on. And didn't I just read in the paper that you just picked up another capital case? That you act. This is like you were hired on, and you agreed to take on another case that's taking place, sort of overlapping this one. and that question was like, hang on, you tell me you don't have enough time, okay? And you're billing the state for your time, right? She bills the state for the time that she spent on Bryan Kohberger. You're telling me you don't have enough time, but you just took on another capital case. How does that check out? And I think that was probably one of the first flags that we could have caught to indicate that she knew at that time that a plea deal was coming. That she knew. They threw everything they could at the wall. They went through and said any evidence, whether it's from the knife sheath, the button, the DNA that was on the K-bar knife sheath, whether it was video evidence, whether it was anything. They said it should all be thrown out, and they had their reasons. Most of them were hearsay, which didn't apply. But they wanted everything thrown out, and it failed. And they tried to extend, and it failed. And they said, we want the death penalty taken off the table for all these different reasons, right? And it failed. And once everything had failed, then they accepted a plea deal. So I think that the Ann Taylor probably knew that the Idaho prosecutors would rather take a plea on this one. Or rather offer a plea than go through the full prosecution, and so she knew that. She had that in her back pocket, and once everything else she tried with the judge failed, they resorted back to the option of taking the plea, because it accomplished the same goal she was trying to do legally, which was get the death penalty off the table, and she got to collect a healthy check in the process. I remember talking about this earlier because it was me, says Maddie. Yes, we did talk about this earlier. The judge was definitely not playing. I was looking forward to watching him. I hope we get to watch another case with him. I hope that would be amazing. We're now just 61 minutes away from trial. Or not trial here. I want there to be a trial, but it's not happening. 61 minutes away from the change of plea hearing. So one more hour to go. We might get a little video a tiny bit before then. The channel, the judge has actually gone back to a YouTube feed instead of a dedicated courtroom feed. What I mean by that is initially with Judge, he said, I'm going to run the video. I'm not going to allow cameras in the courtroom. I'm going to control the video where it's going to be a Zoom feed. No one's going to zoom in. You're not allowed to, zoom in on the defendant or anything else. And I'm going to have it on my YouTube channel. And he ran it on his YouTube channel, and he did an okay job. But then when there was a change of venue that went to Ada County, to Boise, then the new Judge Hippler, says, okay, we're pretty much going to keep everything the same as it is. And then a little while later, he said, okay, I'm going to sort of rescind the orders as far as video and the press goes, but I'm going to still retain that. And there's going to be no cameras in the courtroom. I'm going to run the feed, but it's going to be on our county court's live stream page, not YouTube, not anything else. And so they started and did several hearings on that page where they could control when it's on and off and everything else. And it worked okay, other than the fact that they were terrible. It's terrible to work with on my end, on the receiving end. There's no notification. It doesn't update. You have to constantly be refreshing the page to see if something happens. And so myself, other outlets that are trying to follow this, were missing chunks of hearings as they go into sealed session and then back out again. Now, today, with this hearing, they have reverted back to the Boise, the Ada County YouTube feed. So they are streaming directly to YouTube, where we get the YouTube feed from. So that's why you see up in the top corner, that screen over there, you see a little premium, because I'm a YouTube premium member. We'll be watching the judge's YouTube stream and bringing it to you. There will not be any commentary on the judge's stream. They turn the comments off. And also, the judge's stream is set up to delete the live stream as soon as it stops. So we have to literally take it and record it while it's happening, because as soon as the live stream's over, it's gone, and it will be never more on that account. So that's a little background there. I forgot what question led us to that, but we'll be there in just a minute. So we have everything set up. We have HyperDecks set up to record. We're going to catch it on two fronts because I have two HyperDecks. I like to do everything redundantly. A HyperDeck is it's a little machine like this. You can't see much. It's got connections on the back and buttons on the front, a little screen. Basically, video goes in and it records it, and video comes out, and I can record inside here and watch it at the same time. I have 3 of these. This is the small one. I have 2 other large ones that record to NAS storage, and we'll use those to preserve the happenings of today. That also enables us to use to go back and watch slow motion using our speed editor. To go back and watch something that happened. If there's occurrence, or somebody, if there is an outburst in court, then we want to say, hey, what did that happen? What did that start? Did somebody do whatever? We can go back and see that instantly without waiting, without trying to rewind the live feed. All right. It's an excellent setup. It's a fun setup. I realize it's very expensive. I've been building the parts to this channel, equipment-wise. I think I started about 2 years before I first went live, and I've been it's more than that, probably 8 years ago when I bought the first equipment. But I'll allow it. It says, hi everyone, this hearing will be live streamed, right? Yes, it will. We'll have it right here. You can find it other places as well. I think everybody's going to be carrying it. What I can tell you is that I think we will be first. The reason why I say that is because my setup is extremely streamlined, and turning it around is very fast. The only way you could watch it faster is watching it on the judge's channel himself, but you can't pause, you can't rewind, or if you do rewind, you'll miss something because as soon as it stops, it's over. So we'll have it here, and we'll turn it around for you probably within about 3 seconds of it going live. Do you have enough cables, though? I have, I think, 84 cables now connecting my studio. If someone needs to have a tire brought into the courtroom, can they handle that? I remember, who was that? Was that that was the Border Patrol shooting where they brought that big, huge truck tire in, right? Left it there in the middle of court. That was fun. Cable Mania. We were first on Monday evening. I have to give Bryan Enton props for that. He's the one that sent the tweet. He broke the news on Twitter as far as I could see, and we just happened to be ready to go live immediately as soon as it broke. What is the breakdown of on your cables? Male, 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 female, female, female. You want to know the gender? I'll have to make a chart for you. I'll have to make a chart. All right. If you don't have a box of cables sitting in the corner somewhere, are you even a techie? I'm actually looking for one more cable because I want to run dual. We've got this camera right here, right? I want to run dual feeds off this computer instead of a single feed. So I was going to just plug in another one, but I don't know where I put it. It's actually in this. It's probably down here. I think it's in my laptop bag. This is the first piece of equipment I ever bought. As the honorary vice president of everything dongles and cables, this was the first dongle and cable I bought, which is a Magewell USB capture HDMI. It changes HDMI to USB. Everyone says, I have that on my laptop. No, this is the reverse. That's your laptop out to HDMI. This is from HDMI into your laptop. And it runs, it cost me $300. Every penny I could save up. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Love that. You never forget first dongle. It's not in here. Does Bryan Kohberger's plea deal rule out an appeal? Yes, it does. He waives his right to appeal, which is huge. It's huge. That removes a massive load on the judicial system for years to come by waiving that right to appeal. All right. Ari's going to tell you about cables, and you better be nice. Lawyer, had his father had an amazing breakdown on BK, very insightful. Peter Tragos and his dad are both brilliant legal minds, a huge asset to the world of LawTube. It was an honor to be able to be on the show. He invited me on for an interview one time. It was great. He was incredibly kind and smart and witty and everything else, off camera and on. Can't say enough good about him. Plus, he has fabulous hair. The bottom line is Bryan Kohberger goes to prison until he dies there. No chance of parole. No chance of appeal. That's right. That's right. And even if somebody gets the death penalty, in today's day and age, the death penalty is facing a lot of challenges. Not just legally as to whether a state says, is it right to do this? Is it right to carry out that? Is it right to kill someone in response for them killing somebody else? There's a whole discussion over there on that topic, but it's also facing challenges where they're saying we're struggling with the means or how to do this. First of all, the law says we have to do it humanely. Okay, hanging is no longer on the list. You can't just throw a noose over the oak tree branch and call it good. It has to be a humane killing, and we've got all these different methods that we think is humane. One of them was lethal injection, even though there's some argument that that's actually extremely painful, but the person's paralyzed and can't respond. And the problem we ran into there with many states and many drug manufacturers who make the drugs that were used for lethal injection, the manufacturers wouldn't sell the drugs to the states to provide lethal injection. So states were literally trying to sneak the drugs in, put a sneak order through so they wouldn't know they were going to use it to kill people. Because what company wants to be known was like, hey, our flagship drug is being used to kill people. Yay, us. They didn't like that the publicity. And so we have states that have people sitting on death row for decades that just aren't able to carry anything out. So a death penalty verdict doesn't necessarily mean there will be a death penalty. Although I believe Idaho was building a firing range to the firing squad. A couple states, like Utah, have a firing squad and use it. Seems old-fashioned, but it's quite effective. Feel so bad for the 4 families, but also for BK's parents and family. Yes, and BK's parents and family are going to be in the courtroom today when this happens. We'll probably be able to see them with the vantage point that we've had from court previously. They're most likely going to be on what if we're looking at the screen, on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the right side of the courtroom as you face the judge, behind Bryan Kohberger. And they'll probably be on some of those first rows. We'll probably see a lot of bailiffs as well. A pretty healthy bailiff population there. I hope Todd comes back. He might be on a bunch, but I hope he's back, even if it's day 1. When's the Brian Walsh trial? I don't have the dates in front of me. Pam, one of the best places to check if you're able or inclined is the Discord as the gavel drops. There's a fantastic Discord page out there, which some of our mods are mods or managers of. It's not my Discord. I don't run it, although they have been kind enough to sort of adopt me and hold the umbrella over my head and let me in. Fantastic resource that has documents, docket information, all the calendaring stuff, updates, videos, everything you could possibly think about, including chat and voice chat and everything else. Every case you could possibly want is on there. So check it out. There's the Discord link if you want. You do have to verify it. Follow the instructions. It's worth getting through. It's a little clunky to get in Discord. I'll be the first to admit that. It's worth getting through that. There's just a ton of stuff in there, and they can help you out over there as well. Oh, it's in a rough patch. Todd, we're thinking of you, man. Thanks for popping in. Your name came up. We were talking to Amber, and we wanted to make sure you're doing okay. Just know we're thinking of you, bud. Thank you. Is this an RA Discord? It's not mine. I don't run it. I don't manage it. I don't have any say in what happens over there. But they're very good, and they were around before I started live streaming. It will ruin all the Discord servers for you. There is so much information. It's so good. All right. Got Amber. She wants to talk Discord. I know this. Amber's running that page, by the way. Oh, sorry, Amber. You're already on it. I don't have to push 1. Hey, Amber.
Okay, sorry. I really didn't mean to call back so soon. But since you mentioned the Discord, I wanted to set a few things straight. The Discord is we'll just say owned by me and operated by a phenomenal team of mods. Yeah. We are currently trying to revamp things and get it more active for people that are in there. I did see a comment say that as the gavel drops, Discord will ruin all other servers for you on Discord, and I feel that. I can understand that, and that's kind of why we're going to revamp. It's just a slow process, but bear with us.
This means that you guys are better than everybody else. That wasn't an insult. This is, if you get into as the gavel drops, everything else pales in comparison. That's how I read that one.
Oh, well, but it can be a hassle, and it can be challenging to learn.
Yeah.
I will be the first to say Discord was new to me when I first started within this Discord. And we've become a great resource, and that's what we wanted to become for this community, where everything was reputable. It was honest documents. It was, truthful and honest information. If you notice, we've been sharing a link to topmark.media. I can't speak today. I have also not had any sleep yet, so that might be my problem. There's a button on that website that you can actually do case suggestions. We have the same thing on Discord as well. What we can't cover on this channel, being family friendly, we always have on the Discord. and you can chat there as well. And if you need help in any way, shape, or form as far as figuring the Discord out, we've got a great team over there that can help you do that as well. Hey, Scott, we were going to do another share screen at one point, but we never did.
Yeah,
maybe we should.
We'll have to do that. We'll have to do that sometime.
We'll have to do that. Yeah. Anyhow, but yeah, it's going to start picking back up. We're going to start doing the events and stuff again. So if you were in it and are no longer in it, that we had a ban bot issue. So just message one of us. We'll get it fixed. Yep. So it's a great resource. Love to have you. If anybody needs any help, let us know.
She means it too. She gives out her burner phone number and helps people. So, Amber, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Bye. While she was talking, I did get, we got the stream set up, so we'll pop up live in the background with audio as soon as it goes live. So you will miss absolutely nothing. Discord does tell you when other channels go live, so you can get notifications for all your favorite channels. I think they put notifications out for me as well. Do you take lurkers? Definitely. They definitely do. Although it's fun to connect over there. Occasionally we'll do a voice chat where we'll just go in a group and we'll all talk to each other off the air, but live in a chat room, which is good fun. We'll have to do that again. All right. We are now just 44 minutes away from the BK plea hearing, which is going to take place in this courtroom we show in the background here up in Boise. How much longer till this goes live? 44 minutes. Might be just a second before that. Can you explain exactly what Discord is? I wish I could. It is a website designed to allow people with common interest to share information, to talk, to share links and documents and chat with each other about specific topics. And it's generally organized by topic or by group. So it's a tree type structure. If you remember the old C drive on your Windows computer, how you change directories, it's a tree type structure, but it has voice capabilities, so you can join a chat room. It has folders for specific cases. So if you say, I want to see where the Bryan Walsh trial is, you could pull that up and you could see a history of all the different news articles about it. You can see all the docket information as far as the next court date or the next hearing or the latest paperwork that's been filed. It's a way to do that instead of going out manually and Googling and saying, when's the next Bryan Walsh hearing, or going to the courtroom, going to the court clerk's office and seeing, what other documents have been filed in this case. It's really good. It's chat on steroids. Thank you for that, Purple Coconut. All right. Gadget Girl says, I wanted to thank this amazing community for their prayers and thoughts. Over a month ago, I put a request on Facebook for support because I lost my job. I start my new job on Monday. Gadget Girl, that is awesome. We're so excited for you. I hope you love it. It's everything you want and you get paid more than you deserve. Although I'm sure you deserve a lot. So I hope it's absolutely great for you. That's good news. You can screen share and voice chat. You can watch videos together. There's a lot to do there. Generally, I think when you first get in, it's really useful just for looking for. I saw there was a story or heard there was something out about this case, and you can go there and look in the folder, and you can find all the different news stories and clips and everything. It's great that way. All right, we do watch parties. We can watch party it. Will we ever find out why Kohberger killed these students? Brenda, I really hope we will. I don't think we're going to find out today. This isn't something I'm going to hold my breath for today. He's going to plead guilty and guilty and guilty and guilty. And there might be a colloquy going back and forth about that, but I just don't think we're going to get the full allocation of how this went down.
Ivan.
Hello, Ivan. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm okay. How's it going?
It is going today for sure. It's a busy one.
Yeah. BK, whatever. I'm concerned about the fireworks. what do you got going on this weekend?
Well, we're actually going to have a cousin that we haven't seen in a couple of years hang out with us. He's working in North Carolina, and we're going to pick him up on Thursday and run down to the beach. And I think we're going to watch the fireworks on the beach. Probably, I don't know, maybe Wilmington. There's a lot of locations that do it. We're going to do that.
What are the local ordinances for North Carolina as far as you do it yourself or?
The local ordinances look like this. You download the police scanner app and you keep an earbud in your ear. And when you hear somebody call out your area, you run inside. I think that's the law. It seems what everybody else does. Tons of fireworks. Be safe.
It's one of the beauties of the Midwest, man. You can blow as much things up as you need to. Nobody seems to care.
Yeah. I would say this. Our community here has a large pet population. And most people are quite respectful of that, and the fireworks are done a ways away.
Listen, you know how much I like animals. Dog. I mean, my whole channel started with me walking a dog. I get it. I love animals, okay? But I just... All right. I'm not going to open this up.
Yep, don't go there. The claws are already out. I can see them in chat. So,
I'm just saying, it's 2 hours a year, right? I mean,
I would say this: if you're a pet owner, be responsible with your pets and think about them if they get agitated during this sort of thing, because this is going to happen. The nation's turning 249 years old tomorrow. Friday. Sorry, that's a big thing, and next year it'll be bigger with 250. So.
Well, if you're going to pay that much attention to those 2 hours, just make sure you're just as cognizant and respectful when you're shouting about nothing in your house, scaring the same crap out of your pets. All right, I gotta go. Love you.
Yeah, you better. Thanks. Yeah. Love you, man. Bye. Fun fact: my kids love those little poppets. You know what a poppet is? It's a little firecracker. It's a little gunpowder rocks wrapped in paper. You throw at a hard surface and they go pop. They snap. They love those. And we bought some last year for the 4th of July. And the rules are you can use them like 3 days before and 3 days after. That's the law. You can do fireworks for that week. And so we bought those, and they loved them. They were just burning. I bought a whole case, like a big box full of them. And they're burning through those. And then the 3 days came, it was done. That box has sat there. They haven't looked at it twice. It has not moved for a year. We've got it in the corner in one of the rooms, and it just sits there. And then when 4th of July rolls around, they'll be like, yay, poppets. We've had them the whole time, but they've been good and haven't used them. All right. Yes, we bought a huge case of them. It's the only firework that I think you can get a good deal on. Everything else is a ripoff. I'd rather pool my funds and have a community firework display than try to do something on my own as a family, because you pay tons of money for mostly paper and a little bit of gunpowder. That's just no good. All right. Questions about, I'm not sure what we're talking about, fireworks. Let's see, fireworks are a nightmare here on the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day. I was in England for Guy Fawkes Day twice. Wow. You guys know how to do it. You guys know how to celebrate. And the bonfires, oh my goodness. You've got bonfires the size of buildings. I remember going to one where they had built the bonfire on a football pitch, and it destroys the pitch, by the way, but on a football field, and by football I mean soccer, and the bonfire was a circle, but it was the diameter of the soccer field. It was massive. It was absolutely massive, and there was like some circus act that set up a tightrope, and a guy was riding a bike back and forth over the bonfire before they lit it, not after. And there was like a little tunnel they'd go in and light the fuse, and it was crazy. Guy Fawkes Day is big. All right. Sarah Harper says, Sarah Harper Gaming says, can we please have the Discord invite again? Yes, exclamation point Discord in chat will bring that up. And it will respond, I think. Well, hopefully it responds with the right link. Amber will put it in. Disney has ruined all of their fireworks for me. Yep. 35 minutes. 35 minutes to the Bryan Kohberger hearing. I'm already recording, so I'm not going to run out. I've got 52 more hours of space on my recording on that drive before it switches to the second drive. So I guess I could record for about 104 hours before I run out. This is the command. Here's the link. This use the temporary Discord one. Sorry, use the temporary Discord instead of this one. They're trying to get the formal one to work again. Right now, it's not set up yet. There are bullet holes in the roof of the warehouse I work from people pew-pewing in the warehouse? Or did it come from the warehouse, or was that the destination where the pew-pew projectile landed? That's terrifying. In the air is foolish, yes. There was a... Was it the Stadium of Fire? I think it was the Stadium of Fire in Provo, Utah, which is the BYU campus football stadium. So Brigham Young University College, or the university football stadium, they do a Stadium of Fire, which is the 4th of July celebration. Is that the one where everything went scawampus and started shooting? Like launched into the crowd and things. I can't remember if that's the one where everything went off at the same time, or if the fireworks just launched sideways and it was like they're taking fire in the stands. I'm headed to Stadium Fire today. Well, Mrs. Gurge, hopefully nothing goes wrong. Hopefully it's a beautiful performance. The music is great and all the fireworks go up. Yeah, fireworks into the crowd last year. Bring an umbrella, maybe. That might protect you. Kathy Lynn says, I've been typing both URLs and they say they're expired. Amber's going to get right on it. We'll get the new Discord link if they're not working. I'm bringing my fire blankets. That'll protect you from the mosquitoes as well. Could Kohberger still get a fair trial if this plea goes out the window for one reason or another? Upon Walden, I think he could. We would just basically be back on schedule with what's currently on the docket with jury selection, and that process would play out. It would take several weeks to do, but I think they could get a fair trial. They moved the case specifically for that purpose, so they could find enough people that weren't tainted by information prior to court. I think it could happen. Although the defense thinks it can't, even after they got the change of venue they want. I think they lost on the change of venue. I think they lost, not because, well, they won something and they lost. The big loss that defense got is they lost a judge that was able to be pushed around a little bit, and instead they got Judge Hibbler, who would not take any of their flack. And so it was a net loss for the defense on the change of venue. But then the jurors would know he was taking a plea deal and saying he was guilty. The jurors would have to not know about the plea deal. And believe it or not, there are a lot of people that don't know about the plea deal or don't follow crime cases, believe it or not. They're crazy. But I just messaged you a video of a major fireworks explosion in California yesterday. Ooh, was that fireworks? I saw the video of the explosion. I didn't realize it was fireworks. Nick, I'll have to watch that. I was a kid in, I believe it was Logan, and I think there was a firework factory that exploded when I was a kid. I remember watching it from on top of our shed, the fire and the explosion from the fire. I think that was a long time ago. 1980, maybe? Was I 3? 4? 1981? Amber says, check my Twitter. You have me go into all the socials here. Let's see. DMs. Chapin and Goncalves family have arrived, although Steve did not walk into the courthouse. So families are arriving in the courthouse. All right, Judge wasn't judgy enough. Is Lagoon still open? It is. Loved that place as a kid. Lagoon is like a scaled-down version of Disneyland. It's in the on the Wasatch Front, sort of halfway between Salt Lake City and Ogden, and it's hanging in there. I think it's doing well. It's far enough away from any other amusement park that it's pretty much the only place to go in the area. Canty, I don't think that's been released. That might be speculation. What I clicked on, I didn't read it, but it might be speculation. Laguna's Blast. It costs the same as Disneyland to go there. I picked up a dud M80 when I was 6, put it in my mouth like a cigarette. Immediately, my 8-year-old brother grabbed it and threw it. It exploded as soon as he let it go. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Do you remember with the ladyfinger firecrackers? They're little tiny ones that I don't know why they call them ladyfingers, but had one of those go off in my hand. They hurt. They hurt. Can't imagine an M80. Live an hour from Disneyland, and my 9-year-old asks to go to Lagoon, says Ultravirus. Look it up. We've got the rides are different. The rides are different everywhere. We've got some good ones. My personal favorite, Jetstar 2. I am terrified of the sky chair. It's like a ski lift that takes you up and over the park. They've had one person die on that ride. Fell from it. He was intoxicated. But the safety record at Lagoon is pretty good. I think they're under 10 deaths in many, many years. I know that's terrible to rate amusement parks by the number of deaths they've had. But let's see, the Wild Mouse, there was one. I knew the parents of that girl. And this guy, it might just be those two. All right, that's a morbid thought. Let's focus on murder instead. Fox News just said Steve Goncalves is refusing to go inside to the courtroom and said they made a deal with the devil. Not a sponsor, or if they were a sponsor, they no longer are. Last time I was near Lagoon was when they were doing their 4th of July or 24th of July. I'm not sure which one, because Utah celebrates the day that Utah was sort of founded in addition to the nation's birthday, both in July. They do fireworks for both. I was flying my drone through the fireworks display, like way up there with the fireworks. I was getting film as it's exploding around me. It was great video. This was back when you could do that, before the laws were invented. This is why we can't have nice things. How long till the hearing starts? Kim, we're 27 minutes away.
Near your location.
Heavy rain near my area. Nice. I need that off. Okay. Before laws. I'm just saying, before the Federal Aviation Administration came down with rules that required like Part 106 certification for commercial flights, everything was basically, try to be safe, have fun. That was the way the laws were. It was under Part 95 at the time. Let's see. Amber, can I upload Discord link in the command, please? I can. I admire Steve for his endless outspoken advocacy for Kaylee. It must be hard to be there. It must be really hard. Is your son's bedroom okay after the leak? Yes, because we have an old house. The walls are cement. They're plaster. And just a quick leak like that did not ruin the walls, although I will be repainting them. But I do have to replaster the ceiling. Okay, this invite should be good right here. This invite should be good. Give me just 1 second. We'll get it updated with the Discord command. Give me just 1 second to do that. All right, Discord command is updated, Amber. Quickest one ever. And chat's back on screen as well. So he can't overspeak for the other parents. He can't. They each have their own feelings about this case. Does your son have to sleep on a raft or a tube? It wasn't that bad. Most of the water was still up in the roof. We just used a shop vac to vacuum up about 5 gallons of water in our roof. All right, there's the new Discord link. If you want to use that one, that'll get you to the right place. All right, we have laws about drones. It's because idiots were flying them in aircraft space and onto military bases. Can never have nice things. Right, never good to mix the two. Airstrikes on a plane and helicopters. Pilots should not have to look for rapidly darting around little death bombs. Birds are bad enough, and drones just make it worse. Amber points out that please note we do have a broad reach with this channel, and oftentimes we'll find in cases that we have family members or family friends of the victims, of the defendant, of court officials who will be with us in chat. So please be mindful of that and be respectful to everybody that we see on the screen. I'm the one with the thickest skin, and I ask that you just be nice. That's all. You can have a different opinion. Just be nice. Let's not call any names or anything. So, any questions about the Bryan Kohberger case as we get prepared for this to kick off in about 23 minutes? Any new documents? The latest document I can show you on this. Just 1 second. That's a great question. Okay, the latest document we have is this one right here. This is the notice of the hearing today, and it's remarkably short. It just shows that it happened on June 20th. Now, if we go back and look at the previous one right here, this is the docket list. All right, let me get this off the screen so you can see it. I know it's a little bit small. I apologize for that. But starting at the top is the latest thing that's happened on this Bryan Kohberger case, and you can see we've got pages and pages and pages dating back all the way to, way back here, stipulated motion to steal exhibits. These are all just things that happened this year. This is just 2025. We could also go back to 2024 and see all the things that happened in 2024. Then you can go back to Latah County and see 2024, 2023, and 2022, all the documents. The criminal complaint originally 12/29/2022. So we were way back in just after Christmas in December of 2022 when this started. I will post a link to this in chat really quickly. There we go. If you want to look at any of those docket information, any of the paperwork that's there, what I wanted to draw out and show you on this particular page is that if you look at this date right here, 6/30/2025, order sealing second notice of filing, defendant's additions. They were adding things on. Objections to the juror questionnaire. That was the same day that they filed this notice that they wanted to change the plea. So they were literally throwing everything at the wall until the very last minute, which is then suddenly, surprise, surprise, no trial. We're going to plead guilty. All right, for a serial killer who was caught quite quickly, I think the public interest in this case sure helped. Remember the white Elantra that we were looking for? That it was just there was a huge local and national interest in this case, and I think that definitely helped get more eyeballs and law enforcement working on that. Trial is still scheduled. Attorneys have to file as if the trial will happen. Yes, until the judge accepts this plea, nothing's been canceled. They still have all the hearings. I know they've got one scheduled for the 28th of July. And they've got the 18th of August still set for a court date, still on the docket. So, Mike Anderson, neighbor here. Welcome. Good to have you here. My neighbor or neighbor associated to somebody there? Will the gag order be lifted today? Tisha, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping the gag order is lifted, and if the judge just doesn't just blanket unseal everything, I think he would at least ask both sides to provide a list or a filing to show what still needs to remain sealed indefinitely, or set up a date to look at that. So I think we'll get something to do about that. I heard lawyer saying with this he would be in Gen Pop. It's possible. I will say that when it comes to placement in a prison, that's not the judge's order. The judge doesn't say, I'm ordering you to general population or I'm ordering you to solitary confinement. That's generally handled by the prison or the sheriff, who's responsible for maintaining order and safety in the prison. And they'll move people based on concerns they have and they perceive. So it's very likely that he will at one point end up in general population, but there might be an initial period where he's not. That being said, he's been there a while already, at least in jail. So prison will be a little different. Shout out to Deborah Kaiser, sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deborah. That was very kind of you. Tess Hurd, member for 18 months, says I'm going to need the docs to be made public. Tess, here's what we're going to do. As soon as this happens, we're going to start digging and see what is available automatically. Some courts, some states allow us just to see documents, and they put it on the web and you can find them. They're just very open that way. Others require a little bit of money to file for things, so we'd be more strategic about what we get there. We'd be focusing on things that were sealed before and have been unsealed now. But I too want to see everything about the case and understand what the state had, what they knew, what they were searching, what they were going to prove, what they were trying to prove, where they were looking. It's great stuff.
Call from
Donald King.
Donald, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you, Scott?
I'm doing well. What's on your mind today?
Well, I think it can help answer that question about whether he'll be in Gen Pop or not.
Yeah.
My experience, I worked at the Department of Correction here in Illinois, but I think he'll be considered a high-risk inmate, which means they can probably keep him in segregation if they want. So he could be in a cell 23 hours a day and only get out for an hour a day and probably shower once a week or so.
Yeah.
I really don't see him being in Gen Pop, right? At least not right away.
I agree. I think they're going to watch. He is in jail right now. There's a difference between jail and prison. Usually jail is anyone who has a sentence less than a year or is being held pending their trial. Prison is over a year, and you've got the long term and life and everything else. And people are held in prison as they're on death row as well.
Yeah, right. And the court has no control over that. That's the Department of Corrections will determine all that on his intake.
Yeah.
So,
yep. We'll probably find out. We'll be able to find out if he's being held in segregation or if he's in general population. But that's their decision, and the court really doesn't weigh in at all.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if he was in Gen Pop, at least right away. I mean, I don't think he will be. I think he'll probably be in segregation most of his time.
If for nothing else, just the notoriety of his case coming in, somebody might feel inclined just to, think that, things weren't fair. Well, I agreed with the other families and you should have got, something else.
He's killed 4 people, so that he's going to be a high-risk inmate.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I hear it. Donald King, thank you very much. I appreciate the insight. Thanks for sharing your experience with us.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, we're getting close. I'm showing 14 minutes until the hearing begins. And hopefully they're not starting late. If we were to go to prison, would we know what one? Yes, generally, Mike, you can, most of the prison inmate lists are public, and you can see that, and sometimes it's even announced, or they'll do a press release and let people know if there's a lot of interest. But I don't know which one he would go to initially. Is he in Gen Pop now? I don't know. In jail, where they've got him, the jail's a little bit different in Boise. Obviously, jail's different than prison. So I don't know where they have him. Let's see. I might be able to get a timer on the screen. Give me just a second, see if I can get you. Let's see, it's 12:46. Give me a second. We'll get you a timer so everyone can see what's going on. Camera 3. Okay, we're building a timer. Just one second. Okay, there we go. All right, that's as close as I can get. All right, some states will allow prisoner exchange programs, so who knows? That's a weird thing where you farm out your inmates to another state. No one with experience want to answer my legit toothbrush shiv question. Pantoufle, let me see what that was. I can tell you that the jails go to a lot of effort, and prisons go to a lot of effort to make sure that the items that prisoners do receive are very difficult or not easy to convert into a weapon. Usually a toothbrush is a short-handled toothbrush as well. Are shivs a real thing? Basically, yes, they are. In mental hospital, the toothbrush doesn't have a handle. Yep, that's one way to make it harder to stab somebody, although it's still possible. Let's see, 2 is live, 6 is... Not going to do that one live. Okay. Hope he's in a prison suit today. I don't think he will be. I think they're still it's gonna look just like any other day. Although for sentencing, that would be different if it's done on a separate day. Has he done the plea deal yet? No, we expect it to start in about 10 minutes. About 9 minutes now. Counter 4 is just a countdown to the start of the Bryan Kohberger plea change hearing. As anticipated, it could go a little bit longer than that. Donald King, thanks for this. Most states do have inmate searches on the Department of Corrections website. This also works for county jails. There have been many times where we've tried to follow a case and look to see if somebody's still being held in a certain place. Those are very useful websites. Super T, I have a very legitimate question. What do tadpoles eat? Very small bugs. I have no idea. Rain and thunder in central North Carolina. We're getting a bit of it here as well. VineLink will send text messages when inmates are moved or released. That's a cool service. I was not aware of that. Okay, there's quite a bit of interest on this. Roughly 4,000 people watching the same screen you're watching, and we have a couple thousand people here as well. That's another 6. I imagine you can add tens of thousands for the other channels that are following as well. All the states use VineLink. Genjo says, I've intentionally not watched a lot of things about this case because I wanted to see just what was shown in court. Genjo, this case has had a high level of interest on social media. And because of the gag order, we see this in other cases as well. When there's a gag order, there tends to be a lot of speculation. We're getting the warning that we're going to be starting here soon. There tends to be a lot of speculation, and people will take the little bits of information that are available and try to, extrapolate on it. What does that mean? What does it mean when the state says we're looking at Amazon shopping records? Does that mean he bought his knife there? Does that mean he used a gift card? Did he try to hide the purchase? There's a lot they'll try to extrapolate from that. And it introduces a lot of speculation, and the speculation runs rampant. It goes everywhere. That's where you've got people saying, "Oh, there were, 4 different people involved. They each killed one person," and there's no evidence to support that. It's just speculation. Obviously, we like trial for that reason, because the judge is going to clamp down on that and only allow evidence in that is relevant to the case, and that's all the jury needs to consider, instead of just the random speculation that happens online. Let's see. Truly just wanted to see the court evidence. Genjo, as it becomes available, that's something we're going to dive into. I know I took a lot of flack for announcing that he was taking a plea deal on Monday when other channels hadn't said that yet. And that a lot of people put me in the same category as people who are making up stuff about Bryan Kohberger. It was actually true. I wouldn't take it to air unless I believed it was right. True, but I told my mom about the Uber driver in this case the other day, and my mom said, "Who takes an Uber to commit a murder?" I should have said Uber Eats. I'm a little disappointed he's taking the plea. How do I accept the membership sent to me? I'm so excited. You have it right now. Your name shows up in green, and you have a shiny blue courthouse next to your name. Congratulations. Thanks, Darla. It's because you got the news so fast. It was quick. All right. Just for the information, I will be turning off the phone and turning off the sound effects during this trial so we can focus on the trial. If there is any audio issues, I'll try to get them fixed as quickly as possible to get you the best listening experience you can find anywhere on the YouTubes. And with that said, we're about 4 minutes away.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
I thought it was fake until I saw Ari was live. Watch the internet break. Greeners is in charge of it, right? You can't. Katrina, thank you very much. Saying, I remember being glued to your channel the night BK was in the plane, watching with you in chat. Now feels very sentimental. I can't believe it was. I mean, that's like 2022, 2023. Right at the beginning of the year. It's crazy that it was that long ago. Time has really flown by. Natalie O, congratulations. You hit the OG status. Member for 20 months. Welcome. Oh, it's Tumwater Troy who's got the internet. Troy, you got this. You got this. Okay, sound effects are going off now, so we won't get distracted by anything. Nem's Girl's comment deserves a highlight. Let me find it. Thanks. Thanks for that, Nems Girl. Jeffrey Dahmer would have taken Uber Eats. Yeah. That's terrible. Nervous for the families. We want justice. We want this to happen. We're also curious about, just the information. What are we going to find out and what are we not going to find out? You missed Hump Day by a couple hours. You'll have to rewind a little bit for that. This may be disappointing and short, but it might also be, hearing him say he's guilty and he's responsible. This would be the first time the family's heard that. Everything to this point he's been denying that and fighting that. So I think that would at least be helpful. Steve G is outside court, not going in, very upset, says they made a deal with the devil, not on board with this, was adamantly hoping that death penalty would be this, not just an option, but be the solution that the jury found in this trial. There will be no jury. There will be no death penalty. If everything plays out as it's planned right now, life without parole is the only option. Misconduct, member for 27 months. Our names are back to normal. Yay, we fixed it. Just know this, the way this court starts, when it starts, it just goes. And so I'll just shut up the second it kicks on. Usually we come in like mid first sentence because the judge says, all right, we live, I'll call in the case, and it's done. It's here, so. I don't think he was innocent. Usually innocent people don't plead guilty to 4 counts of murder. All right. Get rid of the timer, and here we go. Oh my goodness. if you're the praying type, having a prayer for the families would be a great thing today. This is something that they didn't ask for, didn't want, and are dragged into. So let's be respectful to everybody. Just a reminder, no names in chat, no calling names. And we'll watch this play out. That was my timer, sorry. My phone timer is a duck. The computer timer is a little nicer, but it's supposed to start right now. This is the scheduled time. Oftentimes courts are a little delayed, so we'll just remain in a holding pattern here. This is live from the court. The video they're sending, you're seeing that says court will resume shortly. That is an active video that's coming from court. We're not waiting for them to start sending the video. We just wait for them to change the screen so that we can see what happens in court, and we'll have that as soon as it happens. Do need a fan. You never know you loved it until it's gone, and now we want the fan. If nothing else, just to show us that the video's working. Rebecca, the only cameras that'll be in court are the judge's cameras. We're going to see a Zoom type feed, which means a boxed view. 3 or 4 boxes is what we anticipate. 1 for defense, 1 for prosecution, and probably 1 for the judge. There should be no witness camera because no one's going to be testifying here. That's pretty much all we're going to get. They could also do a 4th box on the lectern if they have people making comments to the lectern. Appreciate the likes on the channel. We just passed we're almost past 1,200, so thank you very much for that. That helps us out a ton. Just a reminder, what we expect to have start in just a moment is a hearing that was hastily scheduled just on Monday, where the court is taking a change of plea hearing where Bryan Kohberger is expected to change his plea of not guilty to guilty to the 4 charges of murder, possibly also the burglary charge that associated with it. And that would, if that plays out the way we're expecting it, and we've got confirmation from many sources that is what is expected, there will be no trial. Bryan Kohberger will go straight from here to sentencing, if not today, within the 30, 60, 90 days at most. And then the sentencing will be life without parole, as that being the only option in this deal. That's my golf voice. Hey June, thank you. From ground zero, basically, in this one. Hopefully, this brings about healing with the community as well. Been lurking while gardening lately. If I ask my 11-month-old grandson where his OnlyFans is, he looks up at the ceiling and laughs. Yes. Laura Lee, thank you very much. Back is a command. Okay, so court is late. We're now 5 minutes late. I believe there will be victim impact statements, but possibly not today. Those might come at sentencing. We'll have to see what the schedule is. The judge should probably lay that out for us. But before the conclusion of this hearing, what's going to go on next? We're getting some information from the court up there that people are still going into the courtroom. Bryan Anton reporting that the line outside the courtroom, everyone's in a line, single file against the wall, making room for the family members to go in, and everyone is silent, showing some respect. Steve's leaving. He's not going to be in there. Very unhappy with that deal. Still waiting for court to begin, probably as they get everyone seated, situated. A lot of people want to be here. More people want to be present than can fit in that courtroom. Skybell, thank you very much for a gifted membership. Fractured 23, thank you very much. 21 months. Much love to RA and this whole community. Thank you. Thank you, Fractured. Appreciate your support. Eileen, he probably will not be in orange until he's convicted or confesses. And in confession, I mean pleads guilty. Up until then, he is viewed as innocent in the eyes of the court. Not guilty. All suspects are innocent until, or in this case, I should say, unless proven guilty. Until insinuates that everyone is going to be proven guilty at some point. But he is... We will see him in his prison colors here, probably for his jail mugshot or his prison mugshot. Rebecca, you made it just in time. We're expecting any second now. We're actually almost 10 minutes late, 8 minutes late for the court to start. It looks like it's probably a security nightmare getting everybody into court that wants to be there and should be there. Just following on social media to see if there's anybody else giving us any details about outside the court. A lot of people upset about the state's decision to offer a deal on this and to let him escape the death penalty. The rationale behind it clearly is that the victims weren't able to escape what he had for them, and now he gets his preference in this deal. Deb, it could be lengthy. Obviously, court security is number one. The court will take whatever time it needs to make sure they do this right, and it's a safe environment for the defendant, for the people who are in court, the victims, the family members. Kathy, the family members were notified that there was a deal, and half of them basically said no way, and the other half were okay with it. And it's so there's a split there. There's some very hard feelings among family members, the victims' family members, who feel that the prosecution treated them very poorly throughout this whole procedure for years. Ayden, you will see it when it happens. This is going to be done in open court. His plea will be changed in open court. This will be in a colloquy. This is not something his lawyer will do for him. He will stand up and answer directly to the court for this, and change his plea to guilty. They received an email. Oh my goodness. It's like getting an email from your boss of 10 years telling you you're fired. It's heartless. Why they wouldn't be included or met with personally or talked to first is crazy. I believe we have heard his voice briefly before, initially in some of the hearings, but it's been, like yes, no type questions or not guilty or something like that. There's a lot of people out there, but all the action is inside the courtrooms. Everything's moved inside. Okay, I don't even know how this would look if he did give a full confession. By full confession, I'm not just saying plead guilty, but explain the events as they happened. Remember the rose petal murder. In that trial, the defendant pled not guilty all the way through the trial, then took the stand and walked us through the murder of how it happened, how he did what he did, and why he did it, and his rationale. I don't think we're going to see that here. That was probably the only time we'll ever see it. Security is very tight. That was Zachary Hughes. The rose petal murder, he was Zachary Hughes, yeah. He was the piano player that committed murder, concert pianist. Mark reminded us that he actually didn't plead not guilty. The judge entered not guilty on his behalf, which is standard. We're not counting anything in this court. It's going to be, first of all, it's too short. We don't expect, I would be surprised if this went half an hour. Kibby, if there is a protest, the family has shared some feelings that they're unhappy with the plea deal. They've shared it to news media. There's a media circus outside. But what we're seeing on Twitter is that even people lined up outside the courtroom were silent, allowing the families to come in. I haven't heard anything about a protest that way. So all the victims' family members that want to be present are already seated inside. The rest of the observers and press are being allowed in until it's full. Should just be just a couple more minutes until we start here at most. It's possible that the court could, or the, this is terrible, but it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could make an appearance via Zoom.
Number 4, the Honorable Stephen Hitler, presiding judge.
Nope. He's here. He's there between his attorneys.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and, pardon me, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms.
Your
Allen
Honor.
is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this because, again, it is not appropriate and, frankly, not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers and what the court's duties are and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July.
10,000.
With the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing, to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. but the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counteroffers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
This is the colloquy. Still have the formal plea to come.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case should you not plead guilty. Did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count 3, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count 4, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count 5, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. The defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen to where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom were to see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kohberger locked eyes with the prosecutor throughout that.
All right. Based on the state's proffer, and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. Court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed, given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. Obviously, we have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August.
A lot.
The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties, or the next week, the week of August 4, is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
That's the gag order.
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing, so we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right, I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please.
That was fascinating. Bryan Kohberger pled guilty with the same flat aspect to his voice that he used when describing whether he was satisfied with his lawyer. Yes, yes, guilty, guilty. Wow, 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 wow. We saw the prosecutor there, Mr. Thompson, read the list of some of the evidence that would have been presented at trial had we proceeded to trial, which he says we were willing to do. But then he offered a deal. He got a little choked up reading the names of the defendants. Some of those defendants' families are very upset with the prosecutor right now for this deal. And those family members are going to have an opportunity to speak on the 23rd when this will be for sentencing. There will be no pre-sentence investigation. This will go straight to sentencing, and we will have possibly a full day of victim impact statements. I expect to hear a lot of people upset with the prosecution about this, a lot of people disappointed in the state of Idaho for how this went down or how it was handled, right or wrong, hard feelings about this one. We will not see Bryan Kohberger again in anything other than jail attire. That's the last time he'll be in civilian clothing. He will never be released from prison, assuming the judge goes ahead with the order and sticks with that ruling. The only thing he could do is lessen the sentence. I don't think he's inclined in any way to do that. He was very much on board with this being a death penalty case and seeing that it met the standards for that. So I don't think he's inclined, now that he's got guilty pleas on those 4 counts, and he says he willfully entered for the purpose of murder. He planned this out. He entered the house for the sole purpose of killing that night. I don't think there would be any reason for the judge to offer anything other than the 4 consecutive life sentences. Consecutive means one after another. That means he lives one lifetime, and then he serves another lifetime, and then he serves another, and then he serves another. He will not be getting out of prison. We don't have a full answer of what happened. We've got a picture painted by some of the evidence, a lot of security cameras, different witnesses that see different things. Definitely paints the picture that the knife was part of the reason why he got caught. Specifically, the handle, the handle snaps into the sheath, right? So the K-bar knife that he bought on Amazon snaps into the sheath, and it could be a tough snap. And undoing it, that's where the DNA was. That's the one place of the DNA on the snap of the knife where they got that. It also had obviously some victims' DNA there as well. But for whatever the reason, he lost that knife, and he went back. He lost the sheath. He went back probably when he was trying to dispose of everything and realized he had missed something. That's my guess as to why he went back that morning to the scene, but and then looked to replace the knife by trying to find a replacement knife on Amazon to show that his was not missing. Wow. There did not appear to be any remorse. I believe Bryan Kohberger's family was visible behind them. Sort of right behind Ann Taylor, and the bailiff that was behind her was his parents. Separated the other side of the courtroom, the off camera, were the victims' families. You saw the media personalities media personnel and members of the public that were visible behind the prosecutor. Anytime that a victim was mentioned or a family was mentioned, would look over across the courtroom towards the families to gauge reaction. But nobody left during the hearing as that I could tell through the side doors. There was only one time when a bailiff came up gently and knelt down next to one of the individuals that was off camera and spoke with them, and then went back to his place. We don't know what that was about. There's definitely a lack of affect, yes. Very, very flat, very flat. See, I apologize. I know a lot of people wanted to see that and watch that all the way through, so we did not put up any messages in chat, super chats, or anything during that to distract from that. I did want to thank a couple people, Todd in recovery. Just notice this. Many thanks to all for the support. Thank you very much. 11 months, Todd. Thank you very much. Skybell gifted a membership. Fractured 23, member 21 months. Thank you. And Emily, learn my name or else, member for 16 months. Thank you, Emily. Audrey Henry gifted 10 memberships. And Lucky came in and said, it's equally horrifying as baffling. Any chance of a poll to speculate on why he did it? I don't know if I would have enough. I can only put 4 answers in there. And I don't know if there would, I can't come up with a reason. I don't think like that. But the prosecutor was clear to point out that there was no sexual assault aspect to this, or any evidence to suggest there was that sort of aspect involved in this crime, that it was purely for the purpose of committing a murder that it was done. But, wow. Mama Smith, member for 20 months. Thanks for streaming this, Ari. You're the best on the tubes. Thank you, Mama Smith. Appreciate that. Bryan says, Bryan Kohberger's parents are not crying, but look sad, unlike their son, who looks stone cold. 23rd. Mrs. Ari, when's my flight?
Next week. The 23rd is like Friday.
Okay, so hopefully I'm not flying on that one. The 23rd will be sentencing. We're going to follow that one. That's going to be emotional. Oh my goodness. Bring your tissues for that one for sure. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be spicy as far as some people venting a lot of frustration, both towards Bryan Kohberger and the system as well. And it might give us a little bit of a more peek into the lives of the victims. Oftentimes we get to hear a little bit more than we've gleaned from Facebook pages and posts and what the family's shared publicly so far. What is the why? Was not shared. The why was not shared. Although it could be insinuated. You've got the prosecutor saying that Bryan Kohberger studied criminal justice. He studied crime scene analysis and investigation. So he knew how it would be done and then committed one himself, possibly with the idea of thinking that I'm smart enough that I can beat the system now that I know how it works. Clearly, he's not. Let me just get that on the record. He's not, and as many people find, they're not smarter than they think they are. His behavior looks to me to be Asperger's. It could be. That could be a factor. It was ruled that any medical condition he has is not sufficient to exempt him from the death penalty. Let's see, we've got a call coming in. Hang on.
Call from
Angela.
Hello, Angela from Sweden. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I am actually. I watched the whole thing on while walking again.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise there. I'm actually calling because I think for once I may be in minority in this case. Not regarding whether or not he is guilty, but regarding sentences. Because I did something. I was stuck in another city, because there was some problems with trains. And I had time to analyze, so I did some digging, and I may be in minority regarding sentence in this case.
What do you think about the sentence? The sentences that he agreed to was life without parole. They're serving consecutive.
Yeah. But what I may be in minority is that if he got the death penalty, last time that there is some conflicting years when exactly that happened because there are two different sources. But one source says the last time Idaho executed someone was in 2011, and the other source says that 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, it was in 1994.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And
it's not something to do very often.
And first ever execution was in 1976. So one source says there was 3 executions ever since 1976, and the other says 4 executions.
Yeah.
Again, depends on who you read. So if he got the death penalty, the chances of him actually being executed are slim to slim, very slim.
They're low, but
So
add to that a little bit. He's young, so a lot of people die before they get executed on death row. They're older.
Yeah.
He's young enough that he might have been able to work through the system, and years down the road have reached that point where they're able to carry out the sentence.
but there are currently 9 prisoners on death row in Idaho. So he would be the 10th one. So before him, they had to have to execute 9 people before it's his turn.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's 3 times as many as they've done in their history. So.
Yeah, as considering they executed 3 to 4 people since 1976.
I heard that they were building a firing squad, which is something that can do a lot quicker than lethal injection or something like that. So maybe they're going to fast track some of them now.
And someone said that in Nicholas Cruz's case, which I think applies here as well, is that penalty really the worst sentence for him than a life without parole? Isn't because he's not 20, 30 years old, and he may as well live until he's 70, 80 years old. So that's 50 years in prison at least.
Well, it has to go to the question: are we trying to punish? Are we trying to rehabilitate? If he enjoys prison, is it a reward to keep him in there? And I don't think I would enjoy it. So 50 years would be, I don't think I'd like 50 years in prison. But
he may have liked if he was in Nordic prison, but not in the U.S.
Angela, thank you very much. I appreciate you doing some digging on this while you're walking and listening and checking in from across the pond. Thank you. It's always good to talk to you.
Oh, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Fun little journalism fact for you. As you peruse the documents that are being written and published right now regarding this hearing today, you will notice that the tenses use that Bryan Kohberger pleaded guilty. If you speak English like Red Pen does, you will know the proper tense of that word is pled guilty.
Call from.
But journalism rules say use the word pleaded instead of pled.
2.
Hello? Come on, let's try that again.
Call from.
AWOL.
AWOL, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I lost the other call, but you're here. So how are you doing?
I'm going to make this real quick. There was something that the state said that threw me off a little when he was explaining the events. He said something to the effect of that he went there for a reason or someone. He said it in a weird way to the point that it went to, and then the rest happened. And I said in my mind, wait a minute, what? What did he just say? It almost felt like he targeted one person.
And then
the situation went haywire.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody else caught that. So I am going to go back and listen to it.
Let me tell you this. I can go back and rewind, but it sounded like he said he showed up there at 11:30 at night and left at 4 in the morning. Did he just hide? Did I hear that right? Was he just hiding in the house?
I mean, I think we are so emotionally involved into this case that our practical thinking minds are overlooking certain facts because we're emotional, as everyone should be, because people lost their lives. But thinking critically, I think we might have missed something in this that deserves a playback. You don't have to do this. I'm saying for those, I think we should play it back once it gets settled in our own minds and re-listen to the facts, because we have been wanting this evidence and the details of everything. I think I am going to go back and listen to it again, because I didn't even pick that part up that you just said.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump through here. You can see I've zoomed in on Bryan Kohberger because I'm allowed to do that now. He turns here. He's talking to the judge is talking to him, and this is when the prosecutor stands up, and he locks eyes and doesn't turn away until after the prosecutor's done. If we show the whole picture here, so you can see what's going on at this point.
Yeah, I don't even know the timestamp. I wish I knew. It just threw me so off, and I didn't write it down because I wanted to continue to listen in real time. But I was like, wait, what did he say? It almost sounded like we have evidence. He did it in like a cloudy type of way, like we have evidence that he went there for this, and then this happened. And I said, what? Wait a minute. Yeah. So do you have evidence that he targeted or he was following a certain individual?
I believe,
and we'll never find out.
I believe there's evidence that one individual was, there's interactions that might indicate that it was Maddie. I don't know. And the prosecutor didn't say that, but I imagine the first one was the one he was after.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't bugging out. So that's just my call. I will listen again. I'll just have to confirm with you if maybe you heard it or not.
Yeah. I'll have to go and listen again, but we'll see. I don't know. I want to watch it again before we have the sentencing. I definitely want to listen to all this again.
Correct.
And analyze it just a little bit. The judge with his admonition saying, "Quit calling my office and telling me what to do" at the beginning. That was his most stern moment in this. But I expect to hear that voice again at sentencing.
And I respect his statement, because if this is the court of law, if they tell the jurors do not go home and Google, do not watch media, well, then he should follow those same rules. So to say, for any of those who are concerned that these outside influences have changed my judgment about what I'm about to say in this case and in this trial, just know that doesn't work. I have rules to follow. I have ethics to follow. Yeah. So you might as well stop that now, like a stern father. You might as well stop that now, because it's not going to work, and please stop flooding my email. Yeah.
Okay, let me show you this just in this top corner. Give me just 1 second. If you watch the top left corner, we're going to back up just a little bit. One of the bailiffs that was standing at the door behind the prosecutor walks up. He's got his arms folded, walks up. He's facing the side where the victims' families are. Gets down, says something to them, and then backs up. But nobody leaves. So I'm not sure if it was asking them to put a phone away or something like that. I don't know. But other than that, the way that Idaho laid this out, you've got all the spectators are basically sitting behind, to the left and to the right of the prosecutor. And then to the prosecutor's left, sort of as we see it laid out on the screen, and facing perpendicular to him is the defense. That puts the defendant in a protectable location where you can have bailiffs that sort of keep everybody else away, and also keeps a little bit of distance between him and the observers who are here. But
correct, because we don't want street justice, even though some. Yeah. I will reserve judgment on that personally, because this is live, but. As far as me and you having this conversation, I reserve judgment on saying what I consider street justice is.
We'll have that talk
offline. In that
right.
situation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But I think for the overall aspect of it, yes, because it is what it is. You have to protect people. I mean, it is. The justice system works the way it works, and it is what it is, whether we like it or we don't like it. We have our gripes with it, but it's okay. This system is the best around the world, despite its problems. I wouldn't want any other system other than ours. And it is what it is. But I just wanted to call and see if I caught that wrong or I just heard that. So I will rewatch it, as tough as it is to watch it. I don't want to listen to it again, but it was something about it that threw me off. But anyway, that's my point. I just wanted to double check, see if anybody picked that up.
Hey, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. Good talking to you.
Yes, sir. All right, you're the best. Thank you.
Bye. I brought in a color commentator or listener, just so don't know she was going to talk. Mrs. R.A. is here with us. You listened to the proceedings here as it went down with Bryan Kohberger, pleading guilty to all the charges as charged in exchange for taking death penalty off the table. He's basically facing the worst he could possibly get, minus the death penalty.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this?
I think it was shocking, like even going in, knowing that he's going to say, yes, I'm guilty of this, hearing him out and out say, yes, I did it. I not only did I commit the crime, I did it with the intent to commit the crime. This was no accident. I planned this out. I had all nefarious, malicious intentions included. Yes, yes, yes. That was shocking. I mean, it made me gasp out loud. I was like, holy cow, I can't believe he said that. But by the same token, I think in a way that we almost never get, this is a satisfying conclusion. And I know, don't eat me, chat. I'm just saying, usually, can you see me?
I can barely see your eyes.
Usually, we go through a court case and it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, and we're just, dragging the information out and trying to convince the jury and trying to get everything laid out so it makes sense. And then there's all this pressure on the jury to make a decision based on what they've heard, and you just don't really know. You're pretty sure, but you don't know. And in the very end, they're still saying, well, okay, I guess I'll take my punishment, but I'm never going to admit I did it. And in this case, he admitted it. He full on came right out and said, yes, I did it. And there is, although it's shocking, there is a sense of closure in that. There is a sense of that I thought so, but I like to hear it from your mouth. I know. And I'm also grateful that a jury doesn't have to go through it and try to make that decision. Even if they felt super confident about it, it's just easier for the jury if he says, yeah, I did it. You don't have to listen to all this.
It does put a burden on members of society to do the right thing and then carry that with them.
Yeah. It would have been emotionally traumatizing for the jury, and now they don't have to do that. And I'm grateful for that. And I also think, again, don't hate me, but the reality is, even if the parents and the families are really mad about this, and they have the right to be mad about this, it might actually be better for them. I don't know if they truly understand how horrific it would be to sit there and listen to the details dragged out in all of their goriness and talked about in pictures and just reliving it in things that you never even thought you would have to be exposed to have to just wade through that. It's not a win to have to go through that.
I don't know. I don't know how I could. Obviously, I can't judge their decision. Some people say, I want to see him sit there as it's read out, so he knows, our pain, and he hears it. I can see that. But very few of us have been in a situation where we can say, as a family member of a victim in court, I'm so glad I sat through that. I do think it would be difficult, even if they want to do it. But I respect their decisions and choices in that fully. Let me jump to this really quickly. I had
one more thought. I'm going to forget, but just not now, but later, talking about how the judge was upset at us. I wanted to talk about that a little bit.
At us? What do you mean us?
Like all the people who aren't victims or perpetrators in this scenario. There's like, stop calling my office.
Okay, we did not call his office, just for the record.
No, I know.
I've been good. I think. Okay, go ahead. You talk about that first, then we'll jump to this.
Well, I thought it was really interesting that he clearly is not happy with the media and the people who are following this case. And I think it was exemplary that he said, I'm never going to be swayed by public opinion. If I'm the only man standing who's saying, hey, I'm going to get justice for this accused, I'm going to still continue with that. And I thought, that's great. That's amazing. Good job, Judge. But I also felt like he's really upset. He's like, we have become the bad guys in his mind. That he's like, stop calling me, stop making my life difficult, stop making my offices, you're making things worse, stop it. And I just kind of in my head, I'm like, oh, let's back it up a step. How can we both win here? How can he see our involvement as a positive thing for him?
Yeah. I think there's a difference between people who are interested as far as media and the people who were calling, because he specifically mentioned that people were calling and making it difficult for his office, and he referred that some of them were being referred to the police, which means they were making threats.
Yeah.
Which it's inappropriate.
Don't do that.
It's inappropriate to call first of all, to try to put political or public pressure on a judge making a decision. That's inappropriate, first of all. But making a threat just takes it to the next level where now you get your day in court.
Yeah.
And so
maybe in front of this judge.
Liz says, as a DeSales psych graduate, this is chilling. I took 3 of the 4 courses with Dr. Ramsland that Bryan did. I could have been friends with him. I feel terrible for all the families, including his.
Yeah.
As
That's thunder.
Shakes the house here.
That was loud thunder.
And the power stays up. I wanted to jump over here and watch this because and Liz, thank you for that. I think we need to talk. You might have to call in.
Yeah, really. I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but my attention span is so short.
Yeah, go ahead.
I say this while I remember it. The very, very end, so before the very end, as he was saying, yes, I'm guilty of this. Yes, I'm guilty of this. Yes, I absolutely did this. I was looking at his lawyers and I was like, why aren't they just like jumping up and crawling over the backs of their chairs and sprinting out of the room? I'm like, how can you stand sitting right next to this person who's openly admitting he is a danger to people around him? And then at the very end, as they stood up, his lawyer reached out and she touched him, like touched his shoulder area. And I thought, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't touch scary people. And I don't know. That was so weird to me. I was like, okay, nope, way more distance. You are in danger. Just,
Simply Nikki says, didn't Kaylee's family share judge's contact info? I believe she shared their office info, which is okay. That's not doxing. Sharing his home phone or personal cell phone number would have been bad and wrong. But they are in fact public servants. Okay, we do pay for them with our taxes, and those numbers are publicly listed, so they're available. That's not a problem there. Let me jump over here to this.
State line from Moscow.
Let me back up. Oops, just a tiny bit. A little faster. All right.
As to count 4.
We want the state. Those are the 5 charges. Okay, so now the state's going to talk.
Guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true.
Right, I didn't get a little further than this, sorry. Wait for the prosecutor to stand up.
What are we looking for?
Waiting for the prosecutor to stand up and start.
Start saying
Holy
what
cow,
they have.
why is this taking so long?
That was interesting. Several of us were like, what is he doing? He's presenting his case? Why is he presenting his case?
Okay. Watch this. As the prosecutor describes this, I've got to think, what was Bryan thinking? As the prosecutor is saying, we don't have the knife. We still don't have the knife. Bryan knows where the knife is. And I want to watch his face, and I've zoomed in so I can see both. We're going to watch all this as the prosecutor spells this out. It's a little bit lengthy, but I want to watch for a reaction to see if there's anything on his face at all as far as a smugness or a grin or a smile or any sort of flicker of emotion that might give us an indication as to what he's feeling about the situation that the state finds himself in now, even though he's pled guilty.
And then we're about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho. Did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
I didn't
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice
You can't hear the
aforethought?
judge, can you?
Yes.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. All right.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener.
So the first one was the gift
Jumping
card.
ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho.
So pause here for a second. the court, in their infinite wisdom, somebody on the court side turned on a loop, basically started playing back the feed, and the audio was being captured at the same time. So it's not on my side. Everybody got it, but you'll hear that here. It's a little bit of an echo until they get it sorted.
I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was the traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood.
What time was that?
Starting around 3:30 or so in the morning.
Okay, so 3:30. So he didn't wait. I thought I heard 11:30.
Starting around 3:30. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked.
If you haven't looked at the house, the map for the house has since been destroyed. They've demolished it. Probably one of the most confusing layouts of homes ever, with different layers and levels and stairs. Just crazy here.
Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single-source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single-source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand.
Holding a container in his hand? Would this be like a gym bag type thing?
And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived.
So it's possible that he was getting rid of evidence during that trip. It's also possible that he was just laying the seeds or the evidence trail for supporting his "I'm out stargazing," and you have to go away from all the towns, away from the lights to do that. I'm not sure which one that was.
About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up.
It's possible he re-entered the crime scene. What time were the police called that morning? What was the time that the police? It was got to be later in the day, I think. But 10 minutes. When you think of the short amount of time he was there to actually commit the 4 murders, which is rapid. That's very fast for 4 murders. He definitely could have entered the. So 911 called at 11. He definitely could have entered. He might have been going back looking for the sheath. He might have looked for the sheath. That is just wild. The
defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there.
Okay, so that would be the prime location to throw anything away. Throw a brick in a duffel bag with some evidence, clothes, knife, whatever it is, and throw it into the Snake River. No one's finding it. It's gone.
In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho.
Okay, let me pause for a second. Hang on. He tried to... If you think you can just delete your search history and it's all good with Amazon, apparently it's not. Apparently it's not. Whatever you buy on Amazon, Amazon keeps a record of regardless of whether or not you say, oh, delete this from my search history.
In Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed.
I'm sorry, but I take a little satisfaction in this because clearly Bryan Kohberger planned this out to a T, probably for weeks, if not months, ahead of time. That this was a plan that he was building and putting the pieces together, and the escape plan and the cover up, and to know that he went to such a great effort to clean his car, to clean out the lint from the pocket in the door, to hide every scrap of evidence, and then have evidence from his own family be just picked up in the trash just so easily. He's making a little motion. I wish I could zoom in a little bit better, but it gets a little blurry. But he does this. It's like either biting his lip, and he does a slow blink there when he hears that it's his dad's Q-tip that sealed the deal. Let me rewind really quick.
Sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of
Bryan
the
here.
defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court and the public the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that
Hang on, I want to watch that again.
the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted.
Okay, so they say he entered with the intent to kill. We don't represent that he intended to kill all 4 people, but that's how it turned out.
And that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bryan, that whole time, kept his eyes locked on Mr. Thompson, and then turns back to the judge. So that's all the replay we're doing here. We're not going to watch the entire thing again. You just got the Santa reference. Yes, Mr. Thompson looks a little bit like Santa Claus. It's true. He cleans his car himself, probably because if it had any evidence, he didn't want somebody else to say, yeah, I saw there was like blood or something on the floor. That would be a problem. The prosecutor did get choked up there. Police were called around noon. I want to know that the answer about the gag order. Well, we did hear a little bit of information on the 23rd of this month. So a couple, 3 weeks from today, we're going to have another hearing. That's going to be the sentencing hearing, where defense, or actually, excuse me, the defense and the prosecution will present victim impact statements. So we could hear from Bryan's parents. Not extremely likely, but possible. We most definitely will hear from a lot, if not all, of the family members of the victims, and they will have various things to say, some to Bryan, some to the prosecution, some to the judge. Depending on how the judge enforces the rules about that, sometimes they're enforced tightly, and sometimes, like in some of the school shooting victim impact statements that we've seen, they've been almost not enforced at all, allowing just about anything they want to say to be said. So that could be a quite interesting event. Let's see. I think I need to take a day off on the 23rd. He bought a gift card, either bought the gift card or someone gave him a gift card probably to try to put a layer of distance between himself and the purchase. Say like a credit card would show up. Oh, you made a credit card purchase of this on Amazon. But the Amazon side, it still needs to know who you are. You have to log in, you have to create a user, you have to give it an address of where to ship to. And so doing that with the gift card, it's a little bit of a buffer, but still Amazon has the details. So when they recovered that information, that was a big thing. Did the family give a victim statement? They will. They will on the 23rd. When grandma gives you a $25 gift card, this isn't what she wants you to spend it on, says Greeners. Yeah. Teachers report back on the 24th. Glad he chose the 23rd. The families are giving statements. The prosecution and the defense are not. They're still gagged. So all we can hear is from the families. We'll see those statements as they come out. Let's see. My grandma never gave me an Amazon gift card. Yeah, it's going to be a tearjerker on the 23rd for sure. It's going to be a tough one. All right, I think we've had a long day with no break. It's just about 3:00. We didn't take a lunch today. We've been live for about 5 hours here, so I think we're going to call it a day here with this. Assuming I don't have anything from the mods that I need to address really quickly. Amber sends the selfie. If you haven't seen the selfie that the Bryan Kohberger took of himself in the bathroom with a thumbs up, it's let me get the focus working here. Sorry. It's right there. That's his thumbs up. A victory photo? I don't know. Looks creepy. Will there be a podcast tomorrow night? Yes, there will. We'll have court tomorrow with the Raul Valet trial, and then podcast tomorrow night. So I'm going to be eating these beans right here, which are terrible flavored. When they say every flavor, they mean every flavor. Dirt, earthworm, earwax, you name it. It's in here. The only consolation I get from this is that in making this, there was somebody back at the factory who had to eat one and be like, it's not quite right. Needs a little more. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Anyway. All right. With that, let's do it like this. Let's wrap up. Does anybody object to that? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. My kids are more excited than me, obviously. It's going to be terrible. All right. Yeah, I'm emotionally exhausted as well. Thank you very much. Mo, this is what I was trying to say this without actually saying it. He wore the same shirt for a selfie in court. He did. All right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We go live again tomorrow morning. It'll be about 9 o'clock roughly, maybe 9:30. I think we've got a 10 o'clock start to court. We expect closing statements in the Raul Valet trial. Remember, he is also charged with stabbing 4 people. Only one of them died. This is a high school party gone wrong. Turned tragic. He's claiming self-defense in that trial. We've listened through all the evidence. We're now just waiting for the closing statements, and then the jury will start deliberating, maybe even return a verdict before the podcast on Thursday night. So thank you all very much. Please take care of each other. Be good to each other. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
There's nothing in
front of the Walmart.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.